I was 21 years old, broke, and stupid enough to think a night shift at a deserted motel would be peaceful. That was the lie I told myself when I took the job at the Lone Juniper Motel, 3 miles off Route 66 and about 30 miles from the nearest town worth calling a town. It sat in the Arizona desert like something forgotten on purpose. 12 rooms, 1 buzzing soda machine, 1 dead neon sign, and a lobby that smelled like old carpet and dust baked into the walls. The owner, Mrs. Harlan, hired me on the spot. She was in her 70s, narrow-faced, always wearing the same faded cardigan, with a set of keys clipped to her belt like she expected to unlock something and run. When I showed up for the interview, she didn't ask about school, references, or experience. She just looked at my face for a second too long and said, "You can stay awake all night?" I told her I could. She nodded once. "Then don't touch room 9. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She didn't. She led me behind the counter and pointed to a laminated sheet taped under the register. "Night shift rules. Do not knock on room 9. Do not answer the phone if it rings from room 9. If the light under room 9's door is on, leave it on. Never tell a guest that room 9 is empty. If someone asks how long room 9 has been occupied, say you don't know." I read the list twice. Then I looked up at her and said, "Occupied by who?" Her face didn't change. "By whoever's paying for it." That should have been my cue to walk out. Instead, I said, "Seriously?" Mrs. Harlan slid a key ring across the counter. "Room 9 is always occupied. That's the only part you need to remember." I took the keys anyway. I needed the money. I wish I could say I was ashamed of that, but desperation makes fools of people in very ordinary ways. My first shift started on a Thursday in late July. The sun had just gone down, and the desert outside the lobby windows was still holding heat like a furnace door left open. There were only 3 occupied rooms that night, all of them truckers passing through. Room 9 already had the red plastic vacant/occupied sign turned to occupied. No one had checked in under that name. No car sat outside it. No luggage. No footsteps. Just the sign, flipped over, and the hall light above it burned a pale yellow like an eye that wouldn't close. I asked Mrs. Harlan if maybe a long-term guest lived there. She was wiping the counter with the same cloth she'd been using for an hour. "That room stays occupied." "By who?" She didn't even look up. "You'll learn fast enough not to ask that." Then she went home and left me alone with the office phone, the security monitors, and 12 rooms full of people I didn't know. At 1:13 a.m., a trucker named Earl came in for ice and coffee. He was in room 4, big shoulders, sunburned arms, the kind of man who looked like he'd spent his whole life on highways with bad intentions. He leaned on the counter and squinted down the hallway. "Hey," he said, "who's in 9? I felt my stomach tighten. "Why?" He nodded toward the corridor. "Saw movement in the window. There's nobody in there." Earl frowned like I'd said something insulting. "The light's on." I looked over. It was, for half a second, I thought I'd imagined it. Then I saw the thin gold line under the door. I told Earl the motel had old wiring and bad timers. He gave me a look that said he didn't believe me, but he let it go and took his coffee back to his room. I should have checked the room right then. I didn't. That was the first mistake. The second was waiting until after midnight to realize the hallway camera aimed at room 9 had gone fuzzy. And not fuzzy like a bad signal. Fuzzy like something had been smeared across the lens from the inside. Part 2. At 2:17 a.m., the office phone rang. I answered it without looking at the caller ID because I'd already learned the motel's old lines were prone to static. A man's voice said, very quietly, "You need to open 9. I stared at the desk. "Hello," I said. No answer. Then the line crackled and went dead. I laughed nervously because I was alone and tired and trying very hard not to feel like I'd made a mistake taking this job. I wrote it off as a drunk call or bad wiring and went back to the security monitors. All 6 cameras were working, except room 9's feed. It was still there, but the image had changed from hallway footage to a field of gray noise, like the camera was pointed into a snowstorm. Then, for less than a second, the static cleared. I saw a figure standing outside the door. Not a guest, not Earl. A woman. She was wearing a pale dress that looked old-fashioned, almost knee-length and dark at the edges, like it had been soaked and dried too many times. Her face was turned away from the camera. I blinked. The screen went back to static. I grabbed the flashlight under the counter and walked out into the corridor with my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my teeth. "You need to open 9. I stared at the desk. "Hello," I said. No answer. Then the line crackled and went dead. I laughed nervously because I was alone and tired and trying very hard not to feel like I'd made a mistake taking this job. I wrote it off as a drunk call or bad wiring and went back to the security monitors. All 6 cameras were working, except room 9's feed. It was still there, but the image had changed from hallway footage to a field of gray noise, like the camera was pointed into a snowstorm. Then, for less than a second, the static cleared. I saw a figure standing outside the door. Not a guest, not Earl. A woman. She was wearing a pale dress that looked old-fashioned, almost knee-length and dark at the edges, like it had been soaked and dried too many times. Her face was turned away from the camera. I blinked. The screen went back to static. I grabbed the flashlight under the counter and walked out into the corridor with my heart hammering so hard I could hear it in my teeth. The hall was empty. Room 9's light was off now. I stood there for a full minute listening. Nothing. No TV. No voices. No footsteps. Just the refrigerator hum from the soda machine at the end of the hall and the buzzing hum of the fluorescent light overhead. I was about to turn around when I heard it. A soft knock. 3 taps. From inside room 9. I froze. The sound came again. 3 knuckles, slow and deliberate, like whoever was inside had all the time in the world. I took 1 step backward. Then the knocking stopped. I remember standing there thinking maybe it was Earl playing a joke, or some trick of pipes in the wall, or my own nerves winding me up over a stupid rule sheet. Then I noticed something I still can't explain. There was dust on the carpet outside room 9. Fresh dust. And in it, 1 set of footprints. Bare feet. Small like a woman's. The prints started at the wall, stopped at the door, and then vanished. As if whoever made them had never walked away. As if they had simply gone through the door. I did not sleep for the rest of that shift. And when Mrs. Harlan came in at 6:30 to relieve me, I didn't tell her about the call, the woman on the monitor, or the knocking. I only asked her 1 question. "Has anybody ever actually stayed in room 9? She set her purse down behind the counter and looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "That's not the right question. What is? How many have left?" Part 3. The next day, I did something I shouldn't have done. I looked in the motel records. Mrs. Harlan kept everything in a metal file cabinet behind the office desk. Paper registration cards, receipts, old maintenance logs, even handwritten notes from clerks going back years. I waited until she went out for groceries and started pulling drawers. Most of it was boring, until I found the keycard archive. Every room had records. Room 9 had a stack 2 inches thick. The strange part was that none of them looked like normal guest forms. No names, no signatures, no credit card numbers, just dates. Hundreds of them. Each slip was stamped with the same red ink. Occupied. Sometimes there was a handwritten note in the margin. Do not disturb after 2 a.m. Guest requested no service. Maintenance refused. Leave the lamp on. I flipped through the stack and noticed the dates stretched back farther than the motel itself should have existed. The building had only been there since the late 70s. The oldest paper in the file cabinet was from 1968. That was when I found the newspaper clippings. They'd been tucked into a folder labeled Incidents. The headlines were all from different towns, different papers, but the names hit me like a punch. Local couple missing after stopping for gas. Trucker vanishes on Route 66. Teen runaway last seen near desert motel. Mother and daughter disappear during cross-country trip. At the bottom of the folder was a yellowed map of the old highway. Someone had marked certain spots in red. Kingman, Seligman, Peach Springs, Oatman, Williams, and near every marked location, there was a date written in pencil. I lined them up against the motel's room 9 log. The dates matched. Not perfectly, not every single one, but enough. Enough to make my mouth go dry. Enough to make me lean back in that office chair and think about every car I'd seen pull into the lot. Every traveler who asked for coffee and stayed too long at the counter. Every guest who looked tired in the exact way people do when they've been driving too many hours and don't trust the road anymore. I sat there staring at the map until I heard the front door open. I shoved everything back in place so fast I nearly tore the paper. Mrs. Harlan walked in carrying a grocery bag and stopped the second she saw my face. She knew. I don't know how, but she knew. "Don't," she said. I swallowed. "Don't what?" "Don't start matching names." I stared at her. "You knew about this?" She set the groceries on the counter and looked older than she had the day before. "I knew enough. Room 9 has something to do with all those missing people." Her eyes hardened. "Room 9 has everything to do with them. I should have called the police. I didn't because I was 21 and my first instinct was still to pretend I understood more than I did. I asked her what was in the room. She answered without looking at me. "A door." "A door to what?" She finally met my eyes. "Don't let it hear you ask that." Then she walked past me into the office and shut the door. For the first time since I got hired, I was afraid to be alone in the lobby. That night, a couple checked in around 10:40. They were from Illinois, driving west in a dusty silver SUV packed so full of bags the back windows were blocked. The woman was polite. The man looked tired and irritated. They wanted a room for one night and asked if the motel had a place to eat nearby. I gave them the usual roadside answer. Diner 10 minutes east. Gas station across from the diner. Nothing else for miles. The man glanced down the hallway and asked, "Which room is this one?" 8. He nodded. Then the woman looked at the register and said, "What about 9? My hands stopped moving. "What about it?" She pointed at the ledger. Room 9 was already marked occupied. The woman frowned. "But nobody checked in." I forced a smile. "We have a long-term guest." The man snorted. "In this place." The woman kept staring at the ledger. "There's no name. That room is reserved," I said. "For who?" I felt a prickling sensation at the base of my neck, like something was standing behind me. "I don't know," I lied. She looked unconvinced, but they took room 8 and went to bed. At 2:31 a.m., their door burst open. The woman ran out into the corridor barefoot, screaming that someone was knocking from inside the bathroom wall. The man came after her half-dressed, pale and furious, demanding to know what kind of sick joke this motel was. I took the flashlight and went with them back to the room. There was no one there. No one in the bathroom. No one in the closet. No one outside in the lot. The woman was shaking so hard she could barely stand. She pointed at the far wall and kept saying, "It was talking." I asked what it said. She looked at me like she wished she had never learned language. "Room 9, she whispered. Then the bathroom mirror cracked down the center. The man swore and grabbed his wife, and the two of them packed the car and left before dawn. They never even asked for a refund. When I checked the room after they were gone, I found wet footprints in the tile. Not from the bathroom to the door, from the bathroom to the wall. They ended there, pressed into the paint, like somebody had stepped straight into plaster and kept going. By the next evening, I had stopped pretending this was anything normal. I called the sheriff's office in the nearest town and asked if they had a record of disappearances near the motel. The deputy on the phone sounded amused at first. Then he asked me for the address. I gave it to him. He went silent. Finally he said, "Who is this?" "My name's Eli. You work out there?" "Yes." He sighed in a way that told me he already regretted this conversation. "Listen carefully. If you see anybody asking about room 9, do not send them there." "Why?" Another pause. Then, "Because we've been finding cars on the highway for 20 years with the doors open and the people gone. No blood, no struggle, just empty vehicles." My grip tightened around the phone. What does that have to do with the motel? He was quiet long enough that I thought the call had dropped. Then he said, "Too many of them asked for directions at the same address." He hung up. I stood there staring at the receiver for a long time. That night, the office phone rang again at 2:17. I didn't answer it. It rang a second time, then a third. On the fourth ring, the caller ID displayed room 9. I know how that sounds. I know, but that is exactly what I saw. Room 9. I let the phone ring until it stopped. For almost a full minute, nothing happened. Then the motel lobby speaker crackled overhead. I hadn't even known the system still worked. A voice came through, thin and distant, like it was being spoken from the bottom of a well. "Eli." I nearly dropped the phone. The voice said my name again. I was alone in the office, but suddenly I was certain there were people outside the windows, watching, waiting. The voice on the speaker said, "You open the cabinet." I backed away from the desk. The voice became clearer. It was my own voice, not similar. "Mine." "Leave the lamp on," it said. Then the speaker went dead. I did not sit back down. I did not check the hallway. I did the only thing I could think of. I locked every door in the office and waited for sunrise with the lights on. At 5:58 a.m., Mrs. Harlan walked in. She took one look at me and said, "So it started calling you." My skin went cold. "What is it?" Her eyes moved to the hallway, toward room 9. "A habit." I stared at her. "A habit." She nodded once, as if that word explained everything. "A thing that happens when you leave a door open too long." That was the first time I was certain she knew exactly what was inside that room, and that she had known for a very long time. I waited until afternoon, when the sun was brutal enough to make the parking lot shimmer, and then I searched the motel archives again. This time I found a maintenance notebook from 1984. Most of it was boring repairs. Then I came to the back pages. Every entry was in a different handwriting. Not because different employees had used the book, because the same handwriting changed over and over, like whoever wrote it was getting worse at pretending to be human. The earliest note read, "Room 9 door sticks after midnight." The next one, "Do not leave anyone alone in room 9. The next, "Guest in room 9 says there is another highway inside the walls." The next, "Lost sight of the guest when the light went out." The next page was torn out. What remained after that made my hands shake. "If you hear your own voice from room 9, do not answer." I sat in the office chair and kept reading. There were names in the margins. Clerks, handymen, a night manager named Carla, a cook from a diner down the road, a state trooper. Most of them had written only one line before the handwriting stopped. I saw the hallway change. There are more rooms now. The people in there are waiting. The last page was dated 6 years earlier. It was written in Mrs. Harlan's hand. I know it was hers because I compared it to the registration cards. The note said, "It only takes people who are already leaving." I remember reading that sentence over and over. Already leaving, as in leaving town, leaving a marriage, leaving home, leaving life behind. All those lonely travelers moving west with no one expecting them and nowhere they had to be by morning. That was when the truth started forming in my head, and I hated the shape it made. The motel wasn't on Route 66 by accident. It sat on the kind of stretch of road people only used when they were trying to disappear from their old lives. And Room 9 wasn't a room. It was where the road collected what it lost. That night, I watched the cameras until my eyes burned. At 3:09 a.m., the feed for the front parking lot showed headlights entering the property. No car appeared on the road. No engine sound reached the office. Just headlights, floating out of the darkness, then stopping in front of Room 9. A man got out. He was tall, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, with one hand clamped tight around something I couldn't see. He walked straight to Room 9, unlocked it with a key I had never issued, and went inside. I grabbed the monitor controls and rewound the footage. The man had no reflection in the windshield. The key in his hand was the old brass motel key I was wearing around my neck. I woke Mrs. Harlan. I don't remember walking to her apartment behind the office. I only remember pounding on her door until she opened it, bleary-eyed and annoyed, and then seeing the look on my face. I told her about the man on the monitor, about the key, about the headlights that came from nowhere. She sat on the edge of her bed and closed her eyes. "How long?" I asked. She didn't answer. "How long has this been happening?" "Long enough. Did somebody start this?" At that, her expression changed. Not fear. Something worse. Recognition. "I thought it would stay quiet," she said. "What?" She rubbed her forehead like she was trying to massage the memory away. "When my husband died, I was alone out here. The motel was failing. The road had changed. Fewer travelers. Fewer check-ins. He used to say the desert hates empty spaces." I stared at her. "Your husband?" She looked at me, and for the first time her voice shook. "He was the first one who told me about Room 9. I felt my throat tighten. "Told you what?" "That it was occupied before we ever arrived." I didn't understand. She opened the drawer beside the bed and took out a small metal key ring, old and rusted, with a numbered tag that said 9. "My husband rented this place in 1979, she said. "He found the room already locked. No record of a guest. No owner listed. The register simply had one word written on the first line. Occupied." She nodded. "He thought it was a prank." "What happened?" Her eyes moved toward the motel window. "He opened it." I waited. She swallowed. "And the road changed after that." I think I said something then, but I don't remember what, because just then we both heard the knock. 3 slow taps, not from the lobby, from the wall behind the bed. Mrs. Harlan's face drained of color. The knock came again. 3 taps. Then a voice whispered through the plaster in a tone so soft I almost missed it. "Mrs. Harlan?" She looked like she might be sick. I backed away from the wall. "Who is that?" She didn't answer me. The voice said her name again, and then it said mine. We should have run. Instead, Mrs. Harlan grabbed the flashlight and the key ring and told me to follow her to Room 9. I thought she'd lost her mind. Maybe she had. But we went anyway, through the dark corridor with the fluorescent light buzzing overhead, past rooms that held sleeping strangers with nothing to do with whatever nightmare we'd built around ourselves. Room 9 stood at the very end of the hall. The light beneath the door was on. Mrs. Harlan stopped a few feet away. I never go near it at night, she whispered. Why now? She looked at me with something close to pity. Because it already knows you. That did not make me feel better. She inserted the old brass key into the lock. My whole body went rigid. Don't, I said. I have to, she answered. The lock turned with a dry metallic click. The door opened inward by a few inches. Cold air spilled out. Not air-conditioned cold. Something deeper. The kind of cold you feel in your teeth. I expected a normal motel room. Bed, chair, lamp, bathroom door. Instead, the room was dark and much larger than it should have been. The walls were gone. At least I thought they were gone. The flashlight beam stretched out into a black space that looked like an endless interior hall lined with doors. Not motel doors, house doors, apartment doors. Wooden doors with brass knobs and cracked paint and hotel placards and screen doors and basement doors and doors that looked like they'd been pulled from 100 different places. Every one of them stood shut. Every one of them had a number. Mrs. Harlan said very quietly, "Do not let it hear you counting." Then the farthest door in the dark opened. A woman stepped out. The same woman from the first night. Pale dress, wet hair, bare feet. She looked right at me and smiled like she was relieved I'd finally arrived. Behind her, more doors began to open, one after another, and from each one, people started coming out. A little boy with a baseball glove, a businesswoman in a torn blazer, a trucker with blood dried down one arm, the couple from Illinois. The man looked straight at me and mouthed, "Help me," without moving his lips. Then all of them began speaking at once. Not to me, to something behind me. I turned. The motel hallway was gone. In its place was open desert, moonlit and endless, with an old highway cutting through it like a scar. Headlights moved in the distance. A dozen, maybe more. They weren't cars. They were searching. Mrs. Harlan shouted for me to shut the door. I slammed it as hard as I could. The hallway snapped back into place. Room 9 looked ordinary again. Bed, lamp, dresser, thin hotel carpet, smell of stale linen and dust. But the air was different. Wrong in a way I can't describe without sounding insane. Inside the room, the television was on. I hadn't heard it. The screen showed black and white footage from the lobby camera. Standing in the hallway, except the angle was impossible. The camera was showing us from inside the room. Mrs. Harlan stared at the screen, and I watched her lips move before I realized she was whispering, "No, no, no." Then the TV image changed. It showed the motel office, empty. Then it showed the parking lot, empty. Then it showed the road. And there, on the shoulder of Route 66, stood people I recognized from the clippings in the file cabinet. Men and women from years ago, some in old clothes, some in modern ones, all of them standing perfectly still, facing the motel, waiting. On the screen, the headlights reached them one by one. Each person stepped forward. Each one disappeared. I turned to Mrs. Harlan. "What is that?" She was crying now, but silently, as if even that might draw attention. "It isn't a room," she said. "It's a stop." "For what?" She looked at me like she was begging me to understand before it was too late. "For the ones the road can't finish taking." The TV cracked with static. A shape appeared behind us in the reflection of the screen. Tall, human enough to understand, wrong enough not to be one. It stood in the open doorway of room 9, head tilted slightly to the side, as if listening to our breathing. I backed away so fast I hit the dresser. Mrs. Harlan did not move. The thing leaned forward, and when it spoke, it used my voice. "Room 9 is occupied." Then Mrs. Harlan screamed. I don't remember the next few minutes clearly. I remember grabbing her arm. I remember running. I remember the motel hall stretching longer than it should have, the doors on either side multiplying until I could no longer tell which rooms were real and which ones were only pretending to be. I remember pounding on the office door with both fists while Mrs. Harlan shouted for me to get the spare key, to get the ledger, to burn everything if I had to. I remember the sound behind us, not footsteps, knocking, from inside the walls, from under the carpet, from the ceiling, as if the whole motel had become one giant door and something on the other side wanted in. By the time I reached the office, the cameras were all static. The phone was ringing nonstop. The caller ID displayed only one thing, 9. I yanked the ledger from the desk, ran for the back exit, and by the time I got outside, I could hear car engines in the lot, dozens of them. But when I turned around, the parking spaces were empty. The headlights were coming from the road. I swear to you, I saw shapes moving behind the glass. People with their faces pressed to windows that weren't there a second ago. Mrs. Harlan never made it out. I went back for her 3 times. The 3rd time, the lobby was normal again. Too normal. The office clock showed 3:13. Room 9 sign on the door read vacant. That was the first time I'd ever seen it. The first and only time. I stood in the corridor with the ledger in my hands and realized the dates inside it had changed. The most recent entry was fresh ink. Today's date. And beneath it, in handwriting I knew better than my own, was a single line. Occupied by Eli Mercer. I dropped the book. The sound echoed down the hallway. Then the room at the end opened. Not the door. The whole room. It peeled back like a curtain, and beyond it I saw the black interior again. Lined with doors, lined with waiting faces, lined with all the people the road had swallowed and never finished chewing. Mrs. Harlan was standing just inside the threshold, where something wearing her shape was. She looked at me and said, very calmly, "You're late." I backed toward the parking lot, but my feet hit the lobby tiles again. I was still inside. The neon sign outside flickered alive for 1 single second. Lone Juniper Motel. No vacancy. Then every light in the building went dark. When the power came back, the motel was empty. No Mrs. Harlan. No guests. No ledger. No room key. Just me, standing behind the desk at 7:02 a.m., with a headache like I'd been hit in the skull and 12 missed calls on the office phone from numbers that didn't exist. The sheriff came by later that morning. I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, then asked me one question. "Where's the owner?" I turned to point down the hall. Room 9 was open. The bed was made. The lamp was on. And on the nightstand sat a folded registration card with my name already printed on it. The sheriff didn't see it. Or maybe he did and chose not to. He just kept staring past me, his face slack with confusion, and asked again, "Son, where's the owner?" I looked into room 9 and saw, for the first time, someone standing in the mirror. Not the sheriff. Not Mrs. Harlan. Me. Older somehow, pale-like and hollow-eyed, standing inside the room with the key in my hand. I have not left the motel since that morning. I still work the night shift. I still answer the phone when it rings. And room 9 is still occupied. Every night at 2:17 the knock comes. 3 slow taps. And sometimes, if the hallway is quiet enough, I can hear someone on the other side whisper my name through the door, not asking to come out, asking me to let them in, because now I understand what Mrs. Harlan meant. Room 9 was never vacant. It was waiting for the next person the road was done with. And now that I've been marked, I don't think it will ever be empty again. I should tell you that I tried to run after that. I should tell you I got in my car and drove until the motel was a dead speck in the rearview mirror. But that is not what happened. What happened was worse, because when I stepped backward out of room 9, I did not hit the office hallway. I hit carpet, the office carpet, The same stale, gray, threadbare carpet that stretched from the front desk to the vending machine and always looked like it had been vacuumed with a lie. The sheriff was still standing there, still asking where the owner was. Only now his voice sounded far away, like I was hearing him through water. I looked down at my hands. I was holding the ledger. Again, I had no memory of picking it up. The page with my name on it was open in front of me, and beneath the printed line that said Eli Mercer, someone had written in fresh ink, "Shift begins at 2:17 a.m. The sheriff touched my shoulder. I almost jumped through the ceiling. "Son," he said, slower this time. "You all right?" I tried to answer him, but my mouth was dry as paper. I looked past him toward the office door. Room 9 was gone. Not closed, not locked, gone. The hallway ended at a blank section of wall where the room should have been. I stared until my eyes watered. The sheriff followed my gaze and frowned. "What are you looking at?" I couldn't speak, because at the far end of the wall, just for a second, a thin line of yellow light appeared underneath something that was not a door. Then it vanished. The sheriff was still talking, but I was no longer hearing him. All I could hear was the soft, patient knocking from somewhere behind the wall. 3 taps, then 3 more. Like something inside the motel had realized I knew it was there. The sheriff finally left. I never saw him again after that. At least not in any way that felt real. That afternoon, I locked myself in the office and pulled every old receipt, every maintenance log, every registration card, every map, every clipping from the filing cabinet. I spread them across the counter until the whole desk was covered in paper and dust and the smell of hot ink. I needed a pattern. I needed proof I hadn't lost my mind. So I started lining the dates up again. This time I noticed something I'd missed before. Every disappearance connected to the motel happened on the same kind of night. Not the same date, the same condition. A traveler passing through alone. A room booked for one night only. A road that had gone quiet after midnight. And in each case, there was a second location listed in the notes. Not the motel. A stop before it. A diner. A gas station. A rest area. A place where the missing person had asked someone for directions. When I traced the map, the pattern formed a line. Not random. A route. Leading straight to the motel. Or maybe away from it. I don't know which was worse. I was still staring at the map when the office phone rang. I let it ring. It rang again, and again. On the 5th ring, the voicemail light came on by itself. I hit play. Static hissed through the speaker. Then Mrs. Harlan's voice came through. Calm. Too calm. "Eli," she said. "If you're hearing this, then it worked." I froze. Her voice continued. "I should have told you sooner. The room doesn't keep people. It keeps what they leave behind." I looked toward the hallway. The front desk clock had stopped. 2:17. I stared at the voicemail speaker. Mrs. Harlan's voice went on, quieter now, like she was standing farther away from the phone than she should have been. "My husband found the first one in the desert," she said. "Not a room, a door frame, just standing out there by itself in the sand. No walls, no building, no reason. But if you got close enough, you could hear people on the other side." My mouth had gone dry again. The voicemail clicked softly. Her voice changed. "This part is important," she said. "The door does not open into somewhere else. It opens into places that were already lost." The static sharpened. I could hear breathing in the background. Not hers. Something else. "Do not look for me," she whispered. "If you find me in there, it means you've already stayed too long." Then the voicemail ended. I stood there in the office with my hands shaking, trying to decide whether to laugh or throw up. And that was when I heard the car. A single engine pulling into the lot. I looked out the office window. A white sedan. Old, dented, dust-caked from a long drive. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out carrying a canvas duffel bag. He looked exhausted. Mid-30s, maybe. Office clothes wrinkled from the road. Tie loosened. One sleeve rolled up. The kind of man who stops because he has no choice. He walked toward the office with the slow, uncertain gait of someone hoping a motel clerk will still be awake. I checked the clock. 2:16. 1 minute before the shift. The man reached the door and stepped inside. His eyes moved over the lobby, over the counter, over me. He smiled a tired, grateful smile. "Thank God," he said. "You're open." I stared at him. Something about his face hit me wrong. Not familiar exactly, just misplaced. Like I had seen him before in a dream I didn't remember having. "How many nights?" I asked. He blinked. "What?" I swallowed. "How many nights are you staying?" He glanced back at the car, then down at his bag. "Just one. I hope." My stomach sank. He didn't notice the change in my face. He was already looking at the hallway, at the end of it, at the place where room 9 should have been. "What room do I have?" he asked. I heard myself answer before I could think. 9. The man smiled, relieved. "Good." I was worried there'd be a problem. I didn't know what to say. He set the bag down, reached into his pocket, and pulled out an old brass key. My breath caught. The key was identical to mine, except his had a tag on it. 9. He looked up and noticed me staring. "You all right?" he asked. I should have told him to leave. I should have shouted. I should have done anything except what I did next, which was look past him to the office window. Outside, the parking lot lights had gone out. Every one of them. In the darkness beyond the glass, headlights were forming. One by one. Not from cars. From nowhere. The man followed my gaze. His face paled. "What is that?" The lobby speaker crackled overhead. A voice answered from somewhere inside the walls. My voice. Not mimicked. Mine. "Shift begins at 2:17. The man turned slowly toward me, panic spreading across his face. "What did you say?" I backed away from the desk. The lobby phone started ringing. Then the office phone. Then the room phone on the wall behind the coffee machine. All at once. The man stared at me like I'd lured him there. I wanted to tell him I didn't know what was happening. I wanted to tell him to run. But the front door had already locked itself. I heard the bolt slide. The man grabbed the handle and yanked it once. Twice. "Open it," he shouted. Then the hallway light at the end of the corridor snapped on. Room 9 had returned. I had not seen it appear. 1 second the wall was blank. The next there was a door. The sign already flipped to occupied. The man looked from me to the hallway and back again. His eyes were wide now, almost pleading. "What is this place?" Before I could answer, the door at the end of the hall opened by itself. Just a crack. Cold air crawled out. And from inside, I heard a woman humming. Softly. A lullaby. I knew that song. Not because I had heard it before. Because I had dreamed it my entire life without knowing it. The man turned to run. The front door would not open. The office door would not open. The windows in the lobby were suddenly painted black from the outside, as if the desert had sealed itself around us. The humming got louder. The man's hands were trembling. He reached for me. "Please," he said. "Please tell me what's in there." I could not answer, because I had just recognized the humming. It was coming from Mrs. Harlan, or from something using her voice, and it was coming from inside room 9. The door at the end of the hallway opened wider. Not all the way, just enough for the light inside to spill out. And there she was, Mrs. Harlan, standing barefoot in the threshold, wearing the same cardigan, the same tired expression. the same face I had seen every morning at the counter. Only now her eyes were gone. Not missing, not bleeding. Gone as if something had looked through them and decided they weren't needed anymore. She raised one hand and beckoned. The man screamed. I reached for the counter drawer and found the old key ring still there, lying exactly where I had left it. My fingers closed around the wrong key. Not mine. The one tagged 9. And the moment I touched it, I understood something I had not been meant to know. The room never chose randomly. It chose whoever held the key long enough to start believing they could leave. I dropped the key like it burned. Too late. The man in the lobby was already turning toward room 9. Not because he wanted to, because every light in the motel had gone out except the one under that door. And that light was warm, inviting, like an open oven in the dark. He took one step, then another. No, I said, finally finding my voice. Don't go in. He looked back at me, tears in his eyes now. Then what do? I wanted to give him a better answer than this. I wanted to say there was a way out. Instead, I said the only honest thing I had left. You run before it learns your name. That was the wrong thing to say. The humming stopped. Mrs. Harlan in the doorway smiled, and every phone in the motel began ringing again. The man turned toward me, but the sound had changed. It wasn't phones anymore. It was voices, hundreds of them, whispering from inside the walls, inside the vents, inside the carpet, inside the empty rooms, all saying the same thing. My name, over and over. Not the way people say it when they want your attention. The way something says your name after it has already decided it owns it. The lobby clock started moving again. 2:17. The office thermostat dropped so fast my skin prickled. Then the man at the counter took one slow step backward. Not away from room 9, into the office. I looked over my shoulder and saw the filing cabinet open by itself. The drawer with the incident reports slid out. Inside, stacked neatly where the papers should have been, were dozens of motel key tags. Room after room after room. Each one stamped with a name. Some names I knew, some I didn't. One of them had my mother's maiden name on it. Another had mine. The oldest key tag in the drawer was cracked and yellowed with age. The number on it was not 9. It was 0. When I picked it up, the motel lights came back on all at once. The lobby was empty. The man was gone. The front door stood open to the desert wind. The hallway was silent, and room 9 was shut again, the light gone dark beneath the door. For a long moment, I thought maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had finally broken under the job, the isolation, the heat, the stories, the years of loneliness packed into that one stupid stretch of highway. Then I looked down at the floor. There were wet footprints leading from the office to room 9. 2 sets, one barefoot, one in work shoes. The barefoot ones stopped at the threshold. The other set continued into the room, and in the dust on the carpet outside the door, pressed clear as a fingerprint, was a tag from the filing cabinet. Mercer Eli. I did the only thing left to do. I opened the office drawer, grabbed the matchbook from the gas station across the highway, and lit the first receipt I found. I threw it into the wastebasket. The paper caught. So did the old registration cards. So did the maintenance logs. So did the map. I emptied the whole drawer onto the flame. The fire climbed fast, hungry and bright. For 1 second, the entire office glowed orange. And in that light, I saw something inside the glass of the front desk. Not a reflection. A hallway, longer than the motel should have had, lined with doors. Standing in one of them was the man from the lobby. He was banging on the other side of the glass, mouth open, screaming soundlessly. Behind him, Mrs. Harlan watched from farther back in the corridor, her face blank now, almost peaceful. Then she turned and walked away into the dark. I stumbled backward and hit the counter. The fire alarm should have gone off. Didn't. The smoke should have filled the room. Didn't. The flames burned the papers clean and left the office untouched. When I looked down again, the wastebasket was empty. No ash, no smoke, nothing. Just a wet brass key at the bottom. Tag attached. 9. I did not touch it. I did not breathe for what felt like a full minute. Then the office phone rang one last time. I let it ring. I already knew who was calling. But the voice that answered when voicemail picked up was not Mrs. Harlan's. It was mine, and I was crying. "Eli," the voice said, "don't let it make you think you've already stayed." The line hissed. Then, very softly, "It only keeps what you agree to leave behind." The message ended. I was alone in the office. At least I thought I was. Then I heard the knock. Not from room 9, from the office closet. 3 slow taps. I looked at the door. The knob turned a fraction. The gap widened. And from inside, in the dark smell of paper and dust and old cloth, someone whispered my name in my own voice. "I'm still here. I don't know if I'm a clerk anymore or just another thing the room is wearing. I still answer when the phone rings. I still check the ledger. I still see headlights pull in from the desert road on nights when nobody should be out there. And every night at 2:17, the door at the end of the hall opens a little wider than before. I used to think room 9 was the worst part. Now I know that was just the entrance, because there are other keys in the drawer now, other names, other rooms, and somewhere beyond the one I'm trapped in, I can hear the highway stretching on forever, waiting for the next traveler to get tired enough to stop, waiting for the next person to believe a motel in the desert is only a place to sleep, waiting for someone to ask for room 9. The next morning I tried to leave. That sounds simple. It wasn't. I packed a duffel bag, took the cash from the register, and walked straight out to my car before sunrise, while the motel was still quiet enough to pretend nothing had ever happened. The moment I turned the key in the ignition, the engine coughed once and died. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood, checked the battery, checked the cables, checked everything I knew how to check, and found no problem at all. The car just sat there in the parking lot like it had forgotten how to move. Behind me, the motel door clicked open. I turned around slowly. Room 9 was visible from the lot. It had not been visible the night before. The light under the door was on again. And on the little plastic placard, the one that should have read occupied, the letters had changed. Now it said, "Welcome back." I backed away from the car. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but there was nowhere to run that I trusted. The highway was out there, yes, but after what I'd seen, the highway did not feel like freedom anymore. It felt like another hallway. I looked around the lot for another car, another person, anything, nothing. Then I heard movement behind the front office window. A shape crossed the glass. Tall, slow, familiar in the worst way. I went inside with my heart pounding so hard my chest hurt. The office was empty. The chair behind the desk was still spinning slightly, as if someone had just gotten up from it. On the counter sat the ledger, open. I had locked it in the drawer the night before. I stared at it for a long time before I got close enough to read the page. There were more names now, not just mine. The man from the lobby, the Illinois couple, Earl the trucker, Mrs. Harlan, and beneath them, in a fresh line that looked like it had been written minutes ago, was a name I had never seen before. Mercer Elia. Not Eli, Elia. My father had always said the name was spelled that way on my birth certificate and that I'd been the one who started shortening it in middle school because I hated how old it sounded. My stomach dropped. I had never told Mrs. Harlan my full name. I had never told anyone at the motel. I flipped the page over. There was a note on the back. He remembers when he is near the door. I stood there frozen, staring at my own name, when the lobby phone rang. I didn't move. It rang again. Then the office phone joined in. Then the room phone on the wall. Then the old desk phone behind the register. For phones. For rings. All out of sync. Covered my ears. The ringing stopped. The motel went quiet in a way that felt staged, like the whole building had leaned in to listen. Then came the knock. 3 taps from the hall. Not room 9. The closet. I stared at the closet door across from the ice machine. The handle slowly turned. I had left that closet locked. The door opened anyway, and there she was, Mrs. Harlan, or something wearing her perfectly. She stood inside the closet in the dark with her cardigan hanging loose around her shoulders, eyes sunk back in her face, hair stringy and damp against her temples. She looked like she had been walking for a very long time without ever leaving the room. She smiled when she saw me, not warmly, not kindly, more like a clerk recognizing a customer who had finally come back to settle a debt. "You shouldn't have burned the records," she said. I couldn't speak. My mouth had gone numb. "You don't understand what that did." I found my voice, barely. "What are you?" Her smile faded. "I was the night manager," she said. "Before that, I was the wife of the man who thought he could chain a door by building a motel around it." "That's not an answer." "No," she said. "It's the part you can survive." I took one slow step back. She lifted a hand and pointed to the ledger. "That name on the page," she said, "is the one it's been waiting for. Mine, your father's." The room tilted around me. I stared at her. She nodded once like she'd expected that reaction. "I knew your family name the moment I saw you," she said. "I should have sent you away. My father never worked here." "No," she said, "but he stopped here." My throat tightened. "That's impossible." "Is it?" she asked. "You ever ask him why he hated Route 66? I didn't answer, because I already knew the answer and I hated it. My dad used to go silent whenever we drove past old highway signs. If a motel came into view, he'd grip the wheel tighter. Once, when I was 14, I asked him what happened out here. He said, "Some places keep what they're handed." I never forgot that. Mrs. Harlan took one step out of the closet. The air behind her was black, deeper than black. "There was a room before room 9, she said. "That's why the numbering is wrong. That's why the hallway feels too long when the lights go out." "What are you talking about?" "The first room was built by accident," she said. "Your father helped dig the foundation." I stared at her. He had been dead 3 years. Dead from a stroke, quick and ugly. One of those deaths that leaves too much unsaid. "You're lying." Her face changed then. Not angry, sad. "I wish I were." She looked past me at the hallway, and that was when I heard my father's voice. Not from the closet, not from the phone, from the far end of the hall. "Eli." I whirled around. Nobody there. The voice came again, closer this time. "Eli, don't let her open it." I should have known better than to follow it. I did anyway. I took 3 steps into the hallway, and the motel changed around me. The carpet darkened. The light overhead buzzed lower. The hallway lengthened by 20 feet in a single blink. Room doors appeared where there had been walls. Numbers flickered on and off in the plaques. Then 0. That last one made my skin crawl. The door at the very end of the hall stood half open. A thin band of light poured from inside it. And standing in that light was my father, or what looked like him. Same shoulders, same shape, same plaid shirt he used to wear when he fixed things around the house. But his face was wrong. His mouth was slightly too wide when he smiled. His eyes were deep and wet and shining like he was looking at me from very far away. "You took your time," he said. "I couldn't move." Behind me, Mrs. Harlan whispered, "Don't answer him." The thing wearing my father's face tilted its head. "That's rude," it said. Then the smell hit me. Wet earth, fresh dug dirt. The smell of a grave before the first shovel goes in. The thing in the doorway took one step forward and the light behind it spilled wider, revealing not a room but a space that looked like the inside of a trench carved into the dark. Walls lined with doors, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, some open, some chained shut, some scratched from the inside so hard the wood had splintered. And down that long, impossible corridor, people stood watching. Not dead exactly, not alive either, just waiting. My knees nearly gave out. "What is this?" I whispered. My father's face, if it was a face, softened in a way that made it even worse. "A place for everything that doesn't know where it belongs," he said. Mrs. Harlan shoved past me and slammed both hands on the office wall. The entire motel shuddered. Not metaphorically. The floor actually moved beneath us. Dust fell from the ceiling. The lights burst one by one. She shouted, "He's trying to pull the door open." I turned back to her. "Who is?" She looked at the thing in the hallway, then at me. "Your father started this," she said. "Not by choice, by mistake. And now it knows your blood." The thing smiled wider. The hallway behind it stretched again, impossibly, and I heard voices echoing from deeper in the dark. My name, my full name, Elia. Then another voice, my mother's. I nearly broke right there. She had been gone since I was 12. Ran off one winter and never came back. My father never talked about her. Said she left because she wanted a life that wasn't nailed down. That voice came again, soft and distant and heartbreakingly real. "Eli," it called. I took a step toward the hallway without meaning to. Mrs. Harlan slapped me hard across the face. The sting snapped me back. "You listen to me," she hissed. "It mimics what you miss." The thing in the hall laughed at that. Then it held up a hand. Between its fingers was the brass key tagged 0. My breath caught. I hadn't seen it in its hand before. The motel speakers crackled overhead. And from every room, every wall, every vent, every crack in the ceiling, came the sound of locking mechanisms turning all at once. Click, 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 room by room, door by door. The whole building was sealing itself around us. Mrs. Harlan backed into the office, face pale with terror now. "It's waking the others." "Other what?" "The rooms." The lights died. All of them. For one heartbeat, the motel became pure black. Then the emergency glow above room 9 came on. The hallway at the end was open. The door stood wide, and there was no motel behind it anymore. Only the long, endless corridor of doors. I heard a crash outside and realized the front windows had gone opaque, filled from the other side with a moving darkness that looked almost like a crowd pressing inward. The man from the lobby screamed somewhere in that darkness. Then another scream answered him. Then another. Mrs. Harlan grabbed my wrist and shoved the key ring into my hand. 0 opens the thing under 9, she said. "But it won't stay open if you don't give it something." "What does that mean?" She was crying again, but the tears looked more like regret than fear. "It means the motel always collects payment," she whispered. "And it already has your name." The hallway at the end erupted with light. Not white, yellow, sickly and old, like a bulb left on in a basement for 30 years. The thing wearing my father's face was still standing there, one hand lifted, patient as ever, waiting for me to come closer. I looked down at the key marked 0, then back up at Mrs. Harlan. She knew what I was about to ask before I asked it. "Yes," she said. "There's still a way out." My chest tightened. "How?" She looked at the open hallway. Someone has to go in and close it from the other side. I laughed once, because there was no humor left in anything else. No. She nodded like she'd expected that too. I know. The lights around the office burst in a shower of sparks. Somewhere deep in the motel, a door slammed, then another. Then the screaming started again. Closer. I could hear footsteps in the walls now, running toward us from both directions. Not one set, many. And in the middle of it all, the speaker over the desk crackled one last time. My own voice came through, dead calm. Eli, it's time to check in. I don't remember deciding. I only remember taking the key marked 0 and walking toward room 9 while Mrs. Harlan shouted after me. The corridor stretched around me like a throat. The air got colder with every step. The light from the doorway grew brighter. And as I reached the threshold, I finally understood what the place under the motel was. It wasn't a room. It was a waiting area. A place built for every person the road had started to forget. And standing at the end of that endless hallway was my father, my mother, the Illinois couple, the trucker, Earl, and Mrs. Harlan, all of them watching me from behind doors that had once been closed. Some looked dead. Some looked trapped. Some looked like they had been there so long they had forgotten their own names. My father raised a hand and pointed behind me. I turned. Room 9 was gone. In its place was the original doorway. Not a motel door. A rough wooden frame standing in black dirt, leaning alone in the middle of the desert as if the building around it had never been real at all. A door with no house. A frame with no walls. And on the other side of it, something knocked once from the dark. Slow, patient, hungry. Then my father spoke one last time. "Whatever you do," he said, "don't let it know you recognize it." The voice wasn't his. Not anymore. It was mine. And the door began to open. The door did not open like a normal door. It breathed. That is the only way I know how to describe it. The wooden frame standing in the desert air pulled inward on itself, slow and wet and patient, like something deep inside had just realized it was finally allowed to stretch. The darkness beyond it moved the way water moves when something large passes underneath. I could not see a room. I could not see a hallway. I could only see depth. My father's voice came again from somewhere beyond the threshold. "Don't let it hear you say my name." I was shaking so hard I almost dropped the key marked 0. Behind me, the motel groaned. Not the building, the space around it. Like the whole place was settling into a shape it had been waiting decades to become. I turned just enough to look back. The office was no longer the office. The walls had gone dim and long, the ceiling stretching up into blackness. Every framed picture replaced by more doors. Some were open. Some were cracking at the hinges. Some had numbers that were crawling across the brass plaques like they were alive. Mrs. Harlan stood in the middle of it all with blood on her mouth, staring at me like she was trying to memorize my face before it disappeared. "Eli," she shouted, "listen to me." I looked at her. She pointed at the door in the desert. "0 isn't the exit," she said. "It's the lock." That hit me harder than any scream. "What?" "The room under the room," she said, gasping now like the air was turning heavy in her lungs. "Isn't held shut by the building. It's held shut by a name." I stared at her, not understanding. Then she said the next part, and my blood ran cold. "Your father gave it yours." The desert around the doorway rippled. A sound came from inside it, low and patient, almost amused. The kind of sound a man makes when he's been waiting behind a locked door and hears the key finally turn. I wanted to ask her what she meant. I wanted to ask her how my father could have given anything to a thing that clearly did not belong in this world. But then I remembered something. Not from the motel. From home. I was 13. Late at night. My father at the kitchen table with a glass of water and his hands wrapped around it so tightly his knuckles had gone white. He kept staring at the back door like he expected someone to knock. I asked him what was wrong. He said, "Some things can't take you unless you answer them." Then he made me promise never to answer if I heard someone in the dark using my name when they had no reason to know it. I had forgotten that until this very second. In the doorway, the darkness shifted. Something stepped closer, not fully into the light, just close enough for me to see a shape behind the black. Tall, wrong, too still. It was not human, but it wore human stillness like a costume. And then, very slowly, it lifted its head. I wish I could tell you I saw eyes. I didn't. I saw familiarity. The kind that makes your stomach drop because your mind recognizes it before your body does. It knew me, not my face. Me. The thing behind the threshold spoke, and the sound that came out was not a voice so much as a stack of voices arranged into one shape. Elijah Mercer. Every light in the motel exploded. I mean that literally. The bulbs burst in sharp white flashes that sent glass raining across the desk, the walls, the floor. I threw my arm over my face and heard Mrs. Harlan scream. Then the building went silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence that swallows the thought of sound before it can form. When I lowered my arm, the motel was gone. At least the motel I had known was gone. I was standing in darkness so complete I couldn't tell floor from wall. Ahead of me, the desert doorway still stood open, and behind it there was now a long corridor made of packed dirt and splintered wood, lit by a line of weak yellow bulbs hanging from bare wires overhead. Doors lined both sides of the corridor. Hundreds of them. I knew in an instant that this was the place the missing people had been going. Not a room, a network, a system, a buried waiting line. And at the far end, standing under the weakest light, was my father. This time I knew it was him. Not because he looked right, because the thing wearing him had finally run out of tricks. His face was there, but it was stretched too thin around the jaw. His neck bent a little wrong when he turned toward me. His shadow lagged half a second behind his body. He looked tired, not dead, tired in a way that made me want to cry. "I'm sorry," he said. My chest tightened so fast it hurt. I took one step forward before I even knew I was moving. The thing in my father's shape lifted a hand. "Don't," he said softly. I stopped. His eyes shone with something like grief. "It knows that tone," he said. "It copies what you need." Behind me, I heard Mrs. Harlan coughing. I tried to turn, but the corridor had changed again. The doorway back to the motel was gone. In its place was another door, old and blackened, with the number 9 burned into the wood. My name rang through the air around us. Not spoken, written. I could see it now, etched into the dust along the floorboards, across the doors, across the ceiling beams. Eli, Eli, Eli. The thing in my father's shape smiled, and for a second that smile looked like my dad's real one. The one he used to give me when he fixed a broken fence or got a stubborn engine started. Then it said, "You have to close it." Close what? The name. I stared at him. He nodded toward the end of the corridor where the blackness pooled beneath the last door. "That's the original one," he said. "Before the rooms, before the motel, before any of this." I felt my throat tighten. "You started this?" His face changed, not with anger, with shame. "I helped open it," he said. "I didn't understand what I was digging up." My mind flashed back to the old stories he used to tell me about working construction in the desert when he was young. About foundation trenches, about bad ground, about crews refusing to stay on certain lots after dark. My father had always said the desert made people superstitious. He never said it had a reason to. The thing in his shape took one step toward me. "It learned your family's name," he said. That's how it gets through. It needs permission. It needs someone to answer, someone to stay, someone to become the place. I backed up until I hit one of the doors. The wood was cold, colder than wood should be. What happens if I don't close it? He looked at me for a very long time. Then he said, then you won't be standing on this side of it when the sun comes up. Behind him, in the dark corridor beyond the last door, I heard voices. Not one or two, dozens, maybe hundreds. Some were crying, some were shouting, some were whispering the names of people they'd lost. Some were saying nothing at all, just breathing with that thin, desperate sound of people who have been waiting too long. Then I heard Mrs. Harlan scream again. This time it was close. I turned and saw her stumbling down the corridor toward me, one hand pressed to her side. The cardigan was gone. Her blouse was torn. There was blood on her forearm and dirt across her cheek. She found you, she rasped. Who? She laughed once, but there was no humor in it. You know who. The thing wearing my father's face did not look surprised. Instead, it stepped aside. And there she was, the woman from room 9, the pale dress, the wet hair, the bare feet. But now I saw what the motel had hidden. She was not a guest. She was a seam, a shape made from all the people who had ever been pulled into that place and not finished leaving. Her face changed as she stepped into the light. For a second, it was the Illinois woman, then Earl, then someone else I knew from a newspaper clipping, then my mother. I flinched so hard I nearly fell. She smiled with my mother's mouth. And that was when I understood the cruelest part of all. It was not wearing the dead. It was using the missing pieces of them to make something that could talk. Eli, it said, and my stomach rolled. Mrs. Harlan grabbed my arm. Don't listen, she whispered. The thing tilted its head, amused. You should have left when you had the chance, it said. My father's shape stepped farther back into the dark, letting it take the center of the corridor. The air changed around it, thicker, colder. The lights above us flickered in sequence, one by one, like something was walking behind them. I realized then that the doors along the corridor were opening, not all at once, just enough to let us hear what was inside. Scratching, breathing, voices begging, knocking. Some of the doors had numbers I recognized from the file cabinet. Some had dates. Some had names. One of them had mine. The thing smiled wider. You belong to the room now, it said. No, not the room. The road. The word hit me with such force that I felt sick. Because that was it. That was the pattern. The road didn't just lead to the motel. The motel was what the road had built to keep the lost from wandering too far. Or maybe to keep something else from getting out. My father's voice came behind me again. Eli, he said, and this time it sounded real. I turned. He was standing by the old blackened door at the end of the corridor, his hand on the knob. Now, he said. I stared at him, not moving. Mrs. Harlan shoved me hard enough to jolt me forward. Go! I did not ask how she knew. I did not ask what would happen to her. I ran because every instinct I had was screaming that if I hesitated even 1 second longer, I would become another voice behind one of those doors. I sprinted toward the last door. The thing in the pale dress screamed. Not loudly, in every direction at once. The corridor shook. The doors on both sides started rattling like something inside them had woken up. I slammed my hand against the blackened wood and grabbed the knob. It was warm. That terrified me more than if it had been cold. I looked back once. My father was no longer there. In his place stood the thing that had been wearing him, and the face it wore now was mine. My own eyes, my own mouth, a copy so close it made my skin crawl. It lifted a hand and pointed at me. Answer it, it said. The pale woman was behind it now, all the faces inside her changing too fast to follow. Mrs. Harlan was on the floor, bleeding from the shoulder, crawling toward me with an expression I will never forget. Desperation mixed with one last stubborn refusal to let the motel win. "Don't say your name," she gasped. The thing repeated, louder now, "Answer it." And from inside the door in my hand, something knocked. 3 slow taps. Then a voice whispered from the other side. My mother's voice, soft, broken. "Eli, sweetheart, open the door." My whole body went numb. I closed my eyes so hard I saw white. I had not heard my mother's voice in nearly 9 years. Not really. Not after she left. Not after she vanished into whatever life she had been trying to reach when she walked out of ours. I wanted to believe it. God help me, I wanted to believe it. The knob turned in my hand. The door cracked open, and from the darkness beyond it, I saw what waited inside. Not my mother, not my father, not a room, a highway, a dead stretch of Route 66 under a black sky with no stars, lined on both sides by cars that had been abandoned with the doors open and the headlights still on. People stood beside them in rows, staring at me with the exhausted, empty expressions of travelers who had been asked to keep walking long after they should have stopped. At the center of the road was a hole, not a pothole, a wound, deep enough to swallow the world. And from that wound came the smell of dirt and old water and something rotten underneath both. I staggered back. The corridor lurched with me. The thing wearing my face smiled. Mrs. Harlan shouted, "Now, Eli, shut it before it sees you looking." I did the only thing I could think of. I shoved the key marked 0 into the lock and turned it. The sound that came out of the corridor was so loud I thought my skull would split. Every door slammed at once. The lights exploded. The thing in the pale dress shattered into a dozen screaming voices, then 100, then none. The highway beyond the door collapsed inward like a sinkhole taking a street with it. The room, if that's what it was, shook so violently I fell to my knees. Something massive slammed against the other side. Once, twice, then silence. I kept my head down, waiting for my hearing to come back. When I finally looked up, I was back in the motel. Not the version that had become endless and wrong. The real one, or what was left of it. The office wall was cracked from floor to ceiling. The lights were dead. The front windows were blown out. The desk was covered in ash. Mrs. Harlan was gone. My father was gone. The man from the lobby was gone. So were the hallway doors. So was room 9. For one terrible second, I thought it had worked. Then I saw the ledger. It lay open on the floor, untouched by the fire, untouched by the collapse. Fresh ink still drying on the final page. A new name had been added at the bottom, Harlan Margaret, and beneath it, in handwriting so small I almost missed it, occupant transferred. I stared at that line until the words stopped looking like words and started looking like a hole. Then the office phone rang. I let it ring. It rang again and again. I knew better than to answer. I knew better than to listen. But when the voicemail light came on, I found myself reaching for the button anyway. The speaker hissed. Then my father's voice came through. Real this time, or real enough to ruin me. "I'm sorry, son." I shut my eyes. "If you're hearing this," he said, "then you did what I couldn't." My throat tightened so hard I couldn't breathe. He sounded tired, so tired. "The road takes what people leave behind," he said, "but it always leaves a piece of itself in return. That's why the motel never stays empty." The voice crackled. For a second, I heard something else behind him. A woman crying, a door opening, then my father again. "Don't let anyone else answer from room 9. The voicemail ended. I sat there on the floor for a long time with the blackened office around me and the sun starting to rise through broken glass. I should have walked away. I should have driven until the desert disappeared in the mirror and never looked back. But I couldn't, because when morning light finally hit the hallway outside the office, I saw something that made my whole body go cold. A fresh line of footprints in the dust. Bare feet, small, leading from the hallway to the front desk, and stopping at the exact spot where I was sitting, as if someone had walked up to me in the dark, stood over me for a moment, and waited for me to look up. I did. Nothing was there. Then the room phone on the wall rang one last time. I stared at it. The caller ID read, Room 9, and beneath that, one word appeared on the screen, letter by letter, as if typed by invisible fingers. Check in. I did not answer. I still have not answered. But every night since then, the phone rings. And every night, the same thing appears on the caller ID. Room 9. If I ever pick up, I know what will happen. I know because I can hear the knocking now from places no door should exist. Sometimes in the walls of my apartment. Sometimes in the trunk of my car. Sometimes inside the silence between my own thoughts. 3 slow taps. Waiting. Patient. Like it already knows I'm running out of places left to hide. And the worst part is this. I think it's using my voice now. Because the last time the phone rang, before I pulled the cord out of the wall, I heard myself whisper through the speaker, "Open the door." I stared at the unplugged phone for so long that I stopped feeling my hands. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Not the kind of quiet that means peace. The kind that means something has already entered the space and is waiting for you to notice it. Then I heard it again. 3 taps. Not from the wall this time. From inside the apartment door. I live alone. Or I did. I stood up so fast the chair hit the floor behind me. My apartment was dark except for the weak yellow light spilling in from the kitchen. The door was deadbolt locked. Chain on. Nobody should have been able to get in. The tapping came again. 3 slow knocks. Then a voice, low and tired, came from the other side. Eli. I felt my stomach drop. It sounded like my mother. Not a memory of her. Not a recording. The same soft strain in her voice when she was exhausted. The same slight crack on my name. I did not move. The voice came again, closer somehow, as if it had leaned its mouth toward the wood. Eli, sweetheart, open the door. I backed into the kitchen counter so hard pain shot through my spine. No, I whispered. The silence after that felt alive. Then the voice changed. My father now. Don't make it wait. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I had not spoken a word. Not a word. And yet from the hallway, on the other side of my apartment door, something answered in my own voice. It already has. I don't remember crossing the room. I only remember grabbing the kitchen knife from the block by the stove and standing there in the dark, shaking so badly I nearly cut myself. Then I saw it. Not through the peephole. Not reflected anywhere. Just there, standing in the shadow of the hallway outside my apartment, visible through the narrow seam under the door. A line of light from the hall outlined 2 bare feet. Small, wet, motionless. I should not have been able to see feet through that gap. But I did. And I knew before it even moved that the thing outside was not a person. It bent down. The shadow under the door thickened. Then a fingertip appeared in the gap, slowly tracing the bottom edge of the frame from left to right, like it was measuring the shape of the opening. It knew where to fit. I made a sound then, a small one, a stupid one. The fingertip stopped. The voice on the other side sighed, almost disappointed. Wrong house, it said, using my own voice this time. The shadow pulled away. I waited. 1 minute. 2. Nothing. I did not relax. Then my phone, which I had yanked off the charger and thrown onto the couch, lit up by itself. No call, no notification, just the screen turning on. A text appeared from an unknown number. You left the key in the drawer. My blood went cold. I looked at the hallway closet. I do not know why. Maybe because my mind had already decided that if something was wrong, it would be wrong in there too. The closet door was open. I knew I had left it shut. The inside was black except for one small brass glint sitting on the shelf. The key. The one tagged 9. I had not brought that key home. I had thrown it into the motel fire. I had watched it vanish. I stared at it and understood with sick clarity that the fire had never burned it. It had just moved it, like everything else. The motel didn't need distance. It needed permission. I heard my apartment door unlock. One click. Then the deadbolt slid back. Then the chain rattled. I moved before thinking, ran for the door and threw my body against it just as it started opening inward. Something hit back. Hard. The frame shuddered. The cheap wood cracked. I screamed and jammed the knife point through the gap, not even knowing what I expected to stab. I felt resistance. Not flesh. Fabric, maybe. Then a hand wrapped around my wrist from the other side. Cold. Dry. Inhumanly strong. And in a voice that made every hair on my body rise, it whispered, "Don't answer." Then it let go. I fell backward into the kitchen, gasping, knife still in hand, and the apartment door slammed shut so hard one of the cheap framed pictures on the wall fell and shattered. I did not wait. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, the motel ledger I had hidden in my closet, and ran. I did not stop to think about shoes. I was barefoot by the time I reached the stairwell. I took the stairs 2 at a time, flying down 3 flights into the parking lot with my own breath tearing in my chest. The air outside was cold, too cold for the season, and every car in the lot had its headlights on. Not all at once, one by one. As I stood there under the buzzing lot light, my phone vibrated in my hand. A new text. "You are closer than before." I looked up. Across the street, parked beneath the darkness of a closed gas station sign, was the white sedan from the motel. The dented one, dust-caked. The same one the man in the lobby had driven. I knew it was impossible, but there it was. The driver's door opened. No one stepped out. Then the interior light came on, and I saw somebody sitting behind the wheel. I could not make out the face. I did not need to. The shape was enough. Mrs. Harlan, or what had once been her. Her head turned slowly toward me. Even from across the street, I could see that her eyes were gone. The passenger door opened next. Something inside the car shifted. A second shape. Tall. Wrong. Watching. The motel ledger in my hand suddenly felt hot. I looked down at it. The cover was wet. Not with water. With fresh ink bleeding up through the paper from inside. The pages were turning by themselves, one after another, then stopping on a blank sheet at the very back. Letters began forming in a shaky line. Not typed, written, by my own hand, though I had not touched the page. Return to the motel. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, because of how perfectly insane it sounded. Then a second line appeared beneath it. She is still inside. My throat tightened. Whoever was writing knew exactly how to get to me. I thought of Mrs. Harlan in the corridor. Her blood, her panic, her warning that the motel collected payment. And I knew the truth before the next line even formed. The motel had not taken her in the fire. It had kept her, like everything else. The ink finished drying. The third line appeared. Room 0 is open. The street went quiet around me. No cars passing. No dogs barking. No wind. The white sedan across the street started to roll forward without anyone touching the steering wheel. slowly, straight toward me. I backed away. The headlights came on. Inside the windshield, the driver's seat was empty now. The passenger seat too. But the rearview mirror caught something moving in the back. A face. Mine. I ran. I wish I could make that sound more heroic. It wasn't. I ran because every instinct in me had finally accepted the simplest truth. Whatever was waiting at the motel had already found a way to follow me out. I didn't go home. I drove straight west on instinct, heading for the old highway, the one my father used to avoid and the one I'd spent my whole life not understanding. Route 66. If the motel was a trap, then maybe the road was where the trap ended. Or maybe that was exactly what it wanted me to believe. I drove for nearly 2 hours before I saw the sign. Lone Juniper Motel, 2 miles. I slammed the brakes hard enough to skid onto the shoulder. My pulse hammered. I knew I had not taken the road back. I knew I had been driving in the wrong direction. And yet the sign stood there anyway, leaning crooked in the desert wind like it had always belonged there. I got out of the car on legs that felt borrowed. The highway stretched in both directions, black and empty. No traffic, no town lights, just darkness and the low hiss of tires from nowhere. Then I saw the motel in the distance. Not the building, the glow. A square of light sitting low against the horizon. Room 9. I don't know how I knew. I just did. Every instinct in my body was screaming not to go closer, but something else had started screaming louder. A voice from the darkness near the motel. My mother's. I started walking before I could stop myself. The lot came into view first, empty except for the white sedan. The office lights were on. The neon sign buzzed overhead, flickering between vacancy and no vacancy so fast it looked like it couldn't make up its mind. And at the front door, standing with one hand on the glass, was Mrs. Harlan. Or the shape of her. She looked thinner than before, older, hollowed out like a candle burned from the inside. When she saw me, she smiled. Not kindly, relieved. "About time," she said. I stopped dead in the lot. "You're alive." She gave a tired little shrug. "For now." I swallowed hard. "What is this place?" Her gaze drifted toward the hallway behind the office. "That depends on who's asking." The building behind her hummed. Not electricity. Something deeper. A pressure in the walls. A vibration in the bones. I stepped forward carefully. "How did you get out of the hallway?" "I didn't," she said. "You did." That made no sense. She saw the confusion on my face and frowned, as if I was the difficult one. "Eli," she said, "you weren't supposed to leave with the key." I stared at her. The ledger under my arm suddenly felt like a brick. "What does that mean?" "It means the key was never just a key." The motel door opened behind her. A thin band of black spilled onto the threshold. Room 9 was waiting on the other side. Mrs. Harlan moved aside, letting me see it. And there, standing at the desk inside the room, was my father. The real one, or whatever remained of him. He looked older than the last time I had seen him, but not by age. By where? By the kind of damage a person gets when they spend too long trying to keep a door closed from the wrong side. He lifted a hand. "Eli," he said. My knees nearly buckled. I don't know how long I stood there. I only know that the motel seemed to shrink around his voice, every sound in the lot falling away until it was just him and me and the impossible shape of the room behind him. "You said you were dead," I whispered. He gave a sad little smile. "I was, for a while." Mrs. Harlan looked away. I turned on her. "You knew." She didn't deny it. "He was the first one it kept," she said. "Not the last." My father stepped closer to the doorway, but he did not cross it. "The road doesn't just swallow people," he said. "It turns them into places. That was when I understood why the motel had felt wrong from the beginning, why the rooms had seemed too long, why the hallway had stretched, why the phones rang from empty spaces. It wasn't a building. It was an accumulation, a place made from everyone who had been told to stay just a little longer. I looked at my father. What do I do? He glanced at the ledger under my arm. Close the book. I frowned. What book? He nodded at the thing I was holding. I looked down. The motel ledger was no longer a ledger. The pages had thickened. The paper was warm, and the cover was moving slightly, as if something inside it was breathing. My father's voice lowered. That's what it wanted from the start, he said. Names. The list. Once it has enough, it can open the road all the way. Mrs. Harlan finally spoke again, her voice raw. That's why it keeps adding entries. I looked up at her. Then why did you keep it? Her expression broke. Just a little. Because once it knows your name, it already has the first page. The motel behind them shuddered. Something deep in the building slammed hard enough to rattle the windows. Then the front office phone rang. All three of us went still. It rang again and again. My father's face hardened. It found the line. Line to what? I asked. He looked at me with a terrible kind of urgency. The rest of the room. The screen door to the office began rattling on its own. Then the motel speakers crackled to life. A voice came over the crackling static. My voice. Confident. Calm. Too calm. Eli Mercer. It said, "Please come to the front desk." My father went white. Mrs. Harlan whispered, "It's not using the room anymore." The voice on the speaker continued, now almost cheerful. "Your reservation has been updated." I felt the hair on my arms rise. My father grabbed my shoulder so hard it hurt. "Do not listen to it," he said. "Once it starts talking like you, it's already inside the shape." The front desk lights turned on, one by one. Then the computer monitor behind the counter woke up. The reservation screen appeared. One booking, one guest. Name, Mercer Eli. Check-in time, 2:17 a.m. Room assigned 0. Mrs. Harlan made a sound in her throat that was half sob, half curse. "I tried to stop that," she whispered. The office door clicked open by itself, and from inside the lobby, a voice I recognized too well said, "Come on in, Eli. We've been waiting." I did not move. The door opened wider. There was nobody in the lobby, at least nobody visible, but the glass of the front desk reflected movement. Dozens of figures standing just out of sight, some in the hallway, some in the windows, some behind me in the lot. And in each reflection, one thing was true. Room 9 was gone. In its place stood a corridor that stretched deeper than the building should have allowed, lined with doors and dim yellow bulbs. All of them open just enough to let me see the dark inside. The voices from within the motel started to rise, not screaming, calling my name from every direction. My father shoved the ledger at me. "Burn it," he said. I stared at the book. It was pulsing now, warm under my fingers, alive. I looked at him. "What happens if I do?" He swallowed. For the first time since I'd found him, he looked afraid. "Then it takes the thing that remembers you." I didn't understand, but I understood enough. I took the motel key ring from my pocket. The tag for room 9 had gone blank. The tag for 0 had turned black on one side, white on the other, like a coin, like an answer. Behind me, Mrs. Harlan stepped to the office counter and lit the edge of a receipt with her lighter. I looked at her. She gave me a single nod. That was all. I placed the ledger on the burning paper. The pages curled instantly. The motel screamed, not from one place, everywhere. The windows shook. The walls bucked. The corridor in the office reflection buckled like it had been struck from the other side. My father shouted, "Now!" I grabbed the key ring, yanked the tag marked 0 free, and threw it into the flame. The fire went white, then black, then silent. Everything in the motel stopped. The phones, the lights, the knocking, the screaming, even the wind outside. For a single impossible second, the entire place held its breath. Then the corridor in the reflection collapsed inward. The figures in the windows vanished. The office door slammed shut. And from somewhere deep below the floorboards, something let out a long, slow exhale, like a giant thing finally sinking back into sleep. When I looked up, my father was gone. Mrs. Harlan was on her knees, coughing blood onto the tile. The office was half-charred. The ledger was ash. The reservation screen on the monitor was blank. No name, no room, no check-in time, nothing. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then I heard the front desk phone ring. I looked at it, once, twice. Then I answered before I could stop myself. The line hissed, and a voice I had not heard since I was 12 said, very softly, "Eli, baby?" It was my mother. I could not move, could not breathe, could not think. She sounded close enough to touch. The voice continued, shaky and warm and heartbreakingly familiar. "I'm still here." My eyes burned. Mrs. Harlan looked up at me and mouthed one word, "No." I gripped the receiver tighter. Every part of me wanted to believe, wanted to break, wanted to answer. Then I remembered what my father said. "Don't let it hear you say my name." I closed my eyes, and in a voice so steady it surprised even me, I said, "Whoever you are, you're not my mother." The line went dead. The office lights came back on, and from the hallway behind me, very slowly, something began knocking from inside the wall. 3 taps, then 3 more, then the sound of a latch sliding open. I did not turn around, because I already knew what I would see. A door where no door had been, and on it, in fresh black letters, a number I had never seen before. 1. I am telling you this now because I finally understand the motel was never about room 9. Room 9 was only the first one people noticed. The real thing started deeper, lower, under the rooms, under the foundation, under the road itself. And once it has your name, it does not stop at one door. It starts building more. I haven't slept since that night. The phones still ring. The motel still sits off Route 66 like a bad thought nobody can shake. And every time I close my eyes, I see the same thing, a hallway full of doors. My father standing at the far end. My mother on the other side of one that should not exist. And room after room after room waiting for the next person dumb enough to think they are only stopping for the night. Because that is how it gets you. Not with claws. Not with teeth. With a reservation. And the worst part? I am beginning to think room 0 was never meant to open. I am beginning to think it was meant to mark who gets left behind to watch the others come in. Because the last thing written in the motel book before it burned was not my name. It was a sentence. 1 line. Fresh ink. Still wet when I found it. Front desk occupied by Eli Mercer. And beneath it, in smaller writing, almost like a joke, "Do not let the next guest in." Then the knock came again. And this time it was on my bedroom door. I did not move. The knock came again. 3 slow taps, then a pause, then 3 more. It was coming from the bedroom door, not the apartment entrance, which made no sense because my bedroom was inside the same locked apartment and no one could have gotten past the front door without forcing it. Unless they never came in through the front door at all. I stood in the hallway with my hand still on the phone, listening to the sound travel through the wall. Then I heard a second noise. Soft footsteps. Inside my apartment. Not the bedroom. The kitchen. I backed up slowly, every muscle in my body tightening. The hallway light was off, but the kitchen door was open a crack, and a thin strip of yellow light was spilling out from somewhere beyond it. I had not left any light on. The footsteps stopped. Then, from the kitchen, in a voice I knew too well, someone said, "You really should have burned the whole thing." My father. I swear to you, I nearly dropped to the floor. I didn't answer. I didn't breathe. The voice came again, now closer to the doorway. "You got the front desk," it said. "That part was always yours." I took one step back. The apartment felt suddenly too small, like the walls had shifted inward while I wasn't looking. "Who are you?" I whispered. A figure moved in the kitchen doorway, not fully visible. Just the edge of a shoulder, the line of a jaw, the suggestion of a man standing where my father should not have been. Then the figure leaned forward into the light. It was not my father. It was me, or something that had learned how to wear me. Same face, same hair, same exhausted eyes, but the smile was wrong. Too calm, too certain. It watched me the way a clerk watches a customer who has finally shown up with the wrong paperwork. "You answered," it said. The room dropped into a deeper silence than before. Then I realized something awful. I had answered the phone, not with my voice, with my name. That was enough. The thing in the kitchen took one slow step toward me. Behind it, the apartment doorway had changed. The cheap white door I'd grown up seeing in this building was gone. In its place was the motel office door. Same brass knob, same cracked paint, same little brass number plate. Front desk. I could smell the desert. Dust, hot wiring, dry carpet, old cigarettes. That smell had no business being in my apartment. The thing wearing my face smiled wider. "Your shift started a long time ago," it said. Then all the lights went out. Not just in my apartment. In the hallway too. In the building. Everywhere. I heard someone scream one floor below me. Then another voice. Then a door slamming open and shut. The power was gone. But the darkness was not the same as darkness. It had weight, pressed against my skin. I took one blind step backward and hit the wall. Something was standing in front of me now. I could feel it. Spoke very softly, almost kindly. "Room 1 is open." I swung the flashlight I kept by the door like a club. The beam hit empty air. The thing had moved. I heard it behind me and turned too late. His hand closed around my wrist. Cold, hard, dry fingers. Not human. Not anymore. I tried to pull free, but the grip did not tighten. It simply stayed there, certain and patient, as if it knew I would stop fighting eventually. "You don't understand," it whispered in my own voice. "You're not trapped in the motel." My stomach dropped. It leaned closer. "You brought the motel home." Then it let go. The pressure in the room vanished all at once. The lights came back. My apartment was normal again. Too normal. The kitchen was empty. The bedroom door was open. The front door stood wide open to the hallway. And on the floor between the kitchen and the hall was the ledger. I had not been holding it. I had thrown it into the fire. I looked down at it for only a second before I noticed the page it had opened to. A fresh entry. New ink. My own handwriting. "Guest has checked in." I flipped the page. The next line made my knees weaken. Name Eli Mercer. Below that, another line. Room 1. I stared at it until the paper blurred. Then I heard a sound from the bedroom. A bed frame creaking. Slowly. As if someone had just sat down on it. I grabbed the ledger and backed toward the kitchen. The apartment felt wrong in a way I cannot describe except to say the corners seemed farther away than they should have been. The hallway outside was quiet now, but not empty. Quiet the way a held breath is quiet. Then my phone buzzed in my pocket. One new voicemail. No number. No caller ID. Just the little red icon waiting. I opened it. Static first. Then Mrs. Harlan's voice. I nearly broke hearing it. She sounded weak, far away, but alive. "Eli," she said, "if you're hearing this, then it followed you through the front desk." The audio crackled. I turned and stared at the front door. It was shut again. Locked. Chain on. Like none of it had happened. Mrs. Harlan's voice kept going. "The front desk is not a place," she said. "It's a transfer. Whoever takes it starts becoming the thing that answers." I could barely breathe. The recording continued. "I tried to hold it off by burning the book. That should have bought you time. But if the ledger came back, then it means the motel chose a new clerk." A chill ran down my back. I looked at the page again. "Guest has checked in. Name Eli Mercer. Room 1. My mouth went dry. On the voicemail, Mrs. Harlan started coughing. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. Not because she was angry, because she was afraid. "Listen to me carefully," she said. "There is one thing left that can still close it. Not burn it. Close it. But you have to go where it began." I stared at the apartment wall, but I was not seeing the apartment anymore. I was seeing the motel, the hallway, the door at the end, the blackened frame in the desert. My father standing there with that terrible tired look in his eyes. "Where?" I whispered, though I knew she could not hear me. But the recording answered anyway. "It started under the original foundation," she said. "Before the motel, before the rooms. There's a buried space beneath the old lot, a sealed chamber your father helped cover up. He called it the well, the room under the room. That is where the first name was spoken." The audio hissed. Then she said the part that nearly stopped my heart. "Your mother went there." The message clicked, as if the tape had reached the end and had one last thing to give me. A final sentence, barely above a whisper. "She never came back because she answered." The voicemail ended. I stood in my apartment with the ledger in my hands and every hair on my body raised. My mother, gone for nearly 9 years. The motel, the foundation, the first name spoken. All of it rushed together in my head until one thought pushed everything else aside. She wasn't dead. Or if she was, the motel still had something left of her. I looked at the apartment door again. Quiet. Locked. But the peephole was no longer dark. Something was looking through it from the other side. A single pale eye. Blinking. Once. Then the voice came again, very softly, from the hallway. "Eli?" I did not answer. The eye disappeared. Then the knocking started on the apartment door. Not 3 taps this time. Many. Fast. As if a whole crowd had gathered outside and was asking to come in one hand at a time. I backed into the kitchen, grabbed the ledger, and made the dumbest decision of my life. I opened the front door. The hallway was empty. No one there. No faces in the shadows. No footsteps. Just the dingy carpet, the weak yellow hallway light, and the elevator at the end of the hall with its doors standing open. Inside the elevator, there was a motel key hanging from the handrail. Tag number 1. I should have run. Instead, I stepped out into the hall and walked to the elevator like I had already agreed to whatever was waiting for me. The moment I picked up the key, the elevator doors shut. The display above them flickered. First floor, second, third. But the building only had 3 floors. Like none of it had happened. Mrs. Harlan's voice kept going. "The front desk is not a place," she said. "It's a transfer. Whoever takes it starts becoming the thing that answers." I could barely breathe. The recording continued. "I tried to hold it off by burning the book. That should have bought you time. But if the ledger came back, then it means the motel chose a new clerk." A chill ran down my back. I looked at the page again. "Guest has checked in. Name Eli Mercer. Room 1. My mouth went dry. On the voicemail, Mrs. Harlan started coughing. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. Not because she was angry, because she was afraid. "Listen to me carefully," she said. "There is one thing left that can still close it. Not burn it, close it. But you have to go where it began." I stared at the apartment wall, but I was not seeing the apartment anymore. I was seeing the motel, the hallway, the door at the end, the blackened frame in the desert. My father standing there with that terrible tired look in his eyes. "Where?" I whispered, though I knew she could not hear me. But the recording answered anyway. "It started under the original foundation," she said. "Before the motel, before the rooms. There's a buried space beneath the old lot, a sealed chamber your father helped cover up. He called it the well, the room under the room. That is where the first name was spoken." The audio hissed. Then she said the part that nearly stopped my heart. "Your mother went there." The message clicked, as if the tape had reached the end and had one last thing to give me. A final sentence, barely above a whisper. "She never came back because she answered." The voicemail ended. I stood in my apartment with the ledger in my hands and every hair on my body raised. My mother, gone for nearly 9 years. The motel, the foundation, the first name spoken. All of it rushed together in my head until one thought pushed everything else aside. She wasn't dead. Or if she was, the motel still had something left of her. I looked at the apartment door again. Quiet, locked, but the peephole was no longer dark. Something was looking through it from the other side. A single pale eye, blinking, once. Then the voice came again, very softly, from the hallway. "Eli?" I did not answer. The eye disappeared. Then the knocking started on the apartment door. Not 3 taps this time. Many. Fast. As if a whole crowd had gathered outside and was asking to come in one hand at a time. I backed into the kitchen, grabbed the ledger, and made the dumbest decision of my life. I opened the front door. The hallway was empty. No one there. No faces in the shadows. No footsteps. Just the dingy carpet, the weak yellow hallway light, and the elevator at the end of the hall with its doors standing open. Inside the elevator, there was a motel key hanging from the handrail. Tag number 1. I should have run. Instead, I stepped out into the hall and walked to the elevator like I had already agreed to whatever was waiting for me. The moment I picked up the key, the elevator doors shut. The display above them flickered. First floor, second, third, but the building only had 3 floors. Then the numbers kept going. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then 0. Then nothing. The doors opened, and the motel was there. Not a copy. Not a memory. The actual front office, burning under the same dead yellow light, with the same old carpet and the same smell of dust and hot wiring and something wet underneath it all. The counter was unmanned. The ledger was sitting on top of it, open to a blank page. I stepped out, and behind me the elevator was gone. The hallway in my apartment building was gone too. There was only the motel now. I knew then that this was not a place you could visit. This was a place that folded itself around you when it decided you were done resisting. A sound came from the back hall. A woman's cough. I froze. Then my mother stepped out from the shadows behind the office door. I almost dropped the key. She looked older than I remembered. Thinner. Her hair was pulled back and messy, and she wore a faded blouse I had not seen since I was a kid. Her face was pale and tired and real enough to ruin me. She stared at me like she was seeing a ghost. "Oh my God," she whispered. I could not speak. The key in my hand was shaking. "You came back," she said. I took a step toward her, but then I saw the strange thing behind her shoulder. A second shadow in the office doorway. Too tall. Watching. My mother followed my gaze and went white. "Don't," she said. I didn't have time to ask what she meant. The thing behind her moved. My mother turned and shouted, "No!" and the office door slammed shut. The lights in the lobby burst one after another. The front desk phone rang. Then every phone in the motel. Then the room phones. Then the old wall phones. And from the dark hallway to my left, a voice I had not heard in years said, "Eli, don't let it take her again." It was my father, standing somewhere in the dark behind me. I turned so fast I nearly fell. He was there at the end of the hall, half in shadow, half in that sick yellow light, and for the first time he did not look like a trick or a shape or a memory. He looked like a man who had been trying to hold a door shut with one hand while reaching for me with the other. "Dad," I whispered. He nodded once, urgently. "Listen to me," he said. "She's not here because she came back. She's here because you opened the line." The hallway started changing again. The carpet darkened. The walls lengthened. Doors appeared where there had been none. My mother was banging on the office door now, shouting for me to help her. But her voice was already changing, stretching thinner, as if something else was standing too close to her mouth. My father grabbed my arm and shoved a folded piece of paper into my hand. It was old, yellowed, torn from the motel ledger. On it was a hand-drawn map, a crude sketch of the property. And beneath the lot, underneath the foundation, one circle had been marked in red. A single word was written next to it. Well, my father's voice dropped to a whisper. "That's where she went," he said. "That's where it all started." The office door burst open behind us. My mother stumbled into the hallway. But it was not my mother anymore. Not fully. Her face was still there, but her mouth had split at the corners into a smile that was too wide for her skin. She looked at me with eyes full of something empty and familiar, and then she said, in a voice that was not hers at all, "Front desk occupied." The hallway lights died, and every door in the motel opened at once. The doors opening all at once sounded like a single long exhale. Not wood, not hinges, something bigger, something breathing through the motel. I took one step backward and nearly stumbled into my father. He caught my shoulder and shoved me sideways just as my mother, whatever was wearing her face, lunged forward with her arms outstretched. Her fingers scraped the air where my throat had been. I heard my own heartbeat in my ears so loudly it drowned out everything else. "Run," my father said. I did. The hallway stretched as soon as I moved. It lengthened with every step like I was being pulled through wet concrete. Doors passed on both sides in a blur. Room 2, room 3, room 4, each one lit from underneath with that same ugly yellow glow. Some had names scratched into them. Some had handprints. Some were shaking so hard the brass plates rattled. Behind me, my mother's voice called my name. Not the twisted voice from before. Her real voice, that made me look back. I shouldn't have. She was standing in the hallway with tears on her face, the shape wearing her like a skin too tight to fit. For one wild second, I saw her as she had been when I was little, tired, soft around the eyes, trying to smile through exhaustion. And then the thing inside her blinked wrong and the illusion shattered. It smiled with too many teeth. My father grabbed my collar and slammed me into the nearest open door before I could go back for her. We fell into darkness. Not the motel dark. Something deeper, thick and damp and old. The smell hit first. Wet soil, rust, mold. A stink like flooded concrete left sealed for years. I landed hard on my hands and knees. The floor beneath me was dirt packed so tightly it felt like stone. Above, a single bare bulb swung from a wire, throwing weak yellow light across a space that looked too large to fit under the motel. Tunnel. No, something built to look like one. The walls were lined with rough boards and old foundation beams. Pipes ran along one side. On the other, there were doors set into the earth every few yards, all of them numbered with chipped white paint. Room 0, Room 1, Room 2. But the numbers were wrong. The first door in the row had no number at all. My father got to his feet beside me and wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. "This is it," he said. I stared at the corridor of buried doors and felt every muscle in my body lock. "This is under the motel?" He nodded once. "Under the motel. Under the original lot. Under the well they found when they started digging." I looked at him. "You're telling me there was a well under the foundation?" He gave me a grim, miserable look. "There was a hole," he said. "They called it a well because nobody wanted to call it what it was." "What was it?" My father didn't answer right away. Then, in a voice like he hated saying it out loud, he said, "A place people left things they couldn't bury." The air behind us shifted. We both turned. The door we'd come through was gone. Just a blank wall of dirt and wood now. My stomach dropped. "What the hell?" My father swore under his breath. "It closed behind us. Can you open it?" He laughed once, but it had no humor in it at all. "Not from this side." Another sound came from deeper in the tunnel. Footsteps. Slow. Barely there. Then the soft drag of something wet against wood. My father's face changed instantly. "We need to move." He shoved me forward and we started down the tunnel. The lights overhead flickered as we passed them. The doors on either side stayed shut. First, then I noticed the scratches. Not on the outside, on the inside of the doors. Deep gouges clawed into the wood from someone trying to get out with their fingernails. Some of the doors had names carved into them. Some had dates. Some had nothing at all. And every few steps, I caught myself hearing whispers from behind the wood. Not words, just the sound of people breathing on the other side. I stopped in front of the door with no number. There was a brass nameplate mounted in the center. It was blank. No name, no room, just polished metal. I touched it. It was warm. My father grabbed my wrist so hard I yanked my hand back. "Don't," he said. "Why?" "Because that one isn't a room." A chill ran through me. "What is it then?" He looked away. "The first mouth." The words hit me like ice water. Before I could ask another question, a woman screamed from somewhere behind us. Not from the motel, from inside the tunnel. We both spun around. The far end of the corridor had gone dark. Not dim, gone. The bulb above the last door had burned out, and the shadow beyond it was moving. Something tall stepped into the weak spill of light. At first I thought it was Mrs. Harlan. Same height, same thin shoulders, same cardigan hanging open. But when it raised its head, I saw it wasn't her. It was a shape stitched together from all the people the motel had taken. My mother's face was on one side, Earl's on another. The Illinois woman's mouth was split into a grin that wasn't hers. And under all of it was something else, something blank and hungry and patient. It stood perfectly still for a moment, as if deciding which face to use. Then it smiled with my father's mouth. "Come back," it said. My father did not move. I looked at him. He was pale now, angry, afraid. "Don't listen," he whispered. The thing in the tunnel tilted its head. "There's no need to be cruel," it said in my mother's voice. "He knows me." My throat tightened. It looked straight at me now, and the face changed again. "Mine. You came all this way," it said. "You might as well answer properly." The tunnel walls shuddered. Dust rained down from the ceiling. My father cursed and pulled something from his pocket. A small lighter, old and dented. The kind you'd buy at a gas station and forget about until you needed it. He flipped it open and handed it to me. I stared at it. What am I supposed to do with that? "Burn the map," he said. I looked down. The folded paper he'd shoved at me earlier was still in my hand. The sketch of the motel. The red circle around the well. "Burn this?" He nodded toward the first door. "That's the anchor." "The map is an anchor?" "No," he said. "Your name is." My chest tightened. He leaned closer, voice urgent now. "The motel doesn't just store rooms. It stores agreements. Every time someone checks in, the place binds them to something. If you want it closed, you don't destroy the building. You break the name it was built on." I stared at him, not understanding enough to know whether I should be terrified or furious. "My name," he gave a quick, bitter nod. "Your mother named you after the first one." I froze. "What?" "Eli," he said, almost apologetic now, "isn't short for anything. It was chosen because it matched the old mark." I felt my skin go cold. "You're lying." He shook his head. "I wish I were." The thing at the far end of the tunnel started walking toward us. Slowly, patiently. Every step it took changed faces. My mother, Mrs. Harlan, the man from the lobby, then my own, then my father's, then none of them. It was learning. My father shoved the lighter into my hand. "Burn the map," he said. "And when it asks you your name, do not answer." I looked down at the paper. My fingers were shaking. The tunnel seemed to narrow around us. The faces in the dark were closer now, hidden in the doors, behind the wood, inside the walls. I struck the lighter. The flame came up weak and yellow. I held the map over it. The corner blackened. Then the whole page caught. As soon as the fire touched the red circle, every door in the tunnel slammed once. Hard. The thing at the end of the corridor shrieked. Not in pain, in fury. The ceiling lights burst in a chain reaction, one after another, plunging the corridor into flickering half-darkness. My father grabbed my arm and shouted, "Go!" "To where?" He pointed to the first door with no number. "Open it." I stared at him like he'd lost his mind. "That's the first mouth." "Yes," he yelled back. "And it's the only way out that doesn't go through the motel." The thing behind us was running now. The sound of its footsteps came wrong. Too many impacts in too short a time, like several bodies moving in the same skin. I didn't wait to see more. I threw the burning map to the floor, ran to the blank door, and yanked the handle. It didn't open. I pulled harder. Still nothing. My father shouted something I couldn't hear over the pounding behind us. Then he pushed me aside, pulled the lighter back from my hand, and held the flame directly to the seam around the door. The wood hissed. I smelled sap and smoke. Then, with a sound like a bone snapping, the door swung inward. Cold air hit my face. Not tunnel air. Night air. Desert air. We had opened into the outside. I saw the black sky first, then stars, then the edge of the motel lot stretching out into sand and scrub. The tunnel had vanished behind us. We were standing at the back of the property beside a concrete slab half buried in dirt. A foundation, ancient, cracked, and empty except for a ring-shaped hole in the middle with a metal cover lying to one side. The well, or what was left of it. The thing from the tunnel slammed against the door behind us. The wood buckled. My father grabbed my shoulder and pointed to the well cover. "Down," he said. "What?" "Down there. That's where it starts." I stared at the hole in the concrete. There was no ladder, just a black drop into nothing. Then I heard my mother's voice from below, soft, broken, calling my name. I spun. My father grabbed my face with both hands and forced me to look at him. "It is not her," he said. The thing at the door behind us screamed again. This time the sound came through the motel walls too. Every window in the building lit up with movement. Shadows crossed the glass. Figures pressed their faces to the panes. The whole motel had awakened. Then the voice below came again. Not my mother's this time. Mine. You already answered. The well cover moved. Just a little. As if something underneath had placed a hand on it and was testing the weight. My father went white. Now, he said, I don't remember choosing. I only remember dropping to my knees and grabbing the cold metal cover with both hands while my father braced himself against the concrete slab beside me. The thing behind the tunnel door slammed again. Would split. Somewhere overhead, a motel window shattered. The cover scraped sideways. A blast of air rose from the hole beneath us. Not fresh air. Old air. Stale and damp and wrong. Carrying with it the smell of mildew and deep earth and something sweet at the back of my throat that made me want to gag. I looked down. The hole was not a well. It was a shaft. A vertical drop lined with old brick, descending far deeper than it should have been possible to dig in this part of the desert. At the bottom, I could make out a shape in the dark. A room, lit by one bulb. That single yellow light floated deep under the earth like a trapped star. And in that light, I saw a figure standing. A woman in a faded blouse. My mother, or something that had been waiting long enough to know exactly how to look like her. She lifted one hand slowly and pressed it against the glassy black surface below. Then she smiled. My throat closed. My father saw my face and knew. She's not dead, he whispered. The thing from the tunnel burst through the ruined door behind us. I did not turn to look. My father grabbed a steel pipe lying beside the foundation and shoved it into my hands. Keep the cover open, he shouted. No matter what happens. Then he spun around and swung the pipe into the dark. I heard the impact, then another, then a sound so terrible and wet that I flinched even without seeing it. I kept my grip on the well cover while the whole foundation shook under my knees. The voices started then. Not from one place. Everywhere. The motel windows. The office walls. The dirt beneath the slab. My own head. All of them whispering the same thing in different voices. Eli. 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 The thing below the well raised its face. I saw it clearly now through the light at the bottom. It was not my mother. It was all the missing at once. A face made of every person the road had ever stopped. And where its mouth should have been, there was only a wide dark opening like the inside of a tunnel. It spoke in a chorus of voices that did not belong together. You were always ours. My hands slipped on the metal cover. My father shouted my name from somewhere behind me. Then the well beneath us exhaled. The cover slammed upward. The force threw me backward into the dirt. I hit hard. The wind knocked out of me, stars bursting in my vision. When I looked up, the well was open, and rising from it was not a person. It was a room, a shape of walls and door frames and hallways unfolding upward out of the shaft like an impossible building trying to climb out of the earth. Doors lined its sides. Room numbers flickered across brass plates. And at the very top, the place where the whole thing should have had a roof, there was only a dark opening with my name written across it in fresh red letters. Eli Mercer. I could hear my father shouting somewhere, but the sound was fading under the louder noise now. The motel was collapsing. No changing. The office windows cracked one by one. The sign outside flickered violently. The hallway walls bent inward. And somewhere inside that rising shape, the thing that had been wearing my mother's face started screaming. Not in anger, in terror. For the first time since all this began, it sounded afraid. My father stumbled into view, blood on his face, one arm hanging wrong at the shoulder. He looked at the thing rising from the well and then at me. Now you know, he said. I stared at him. He was breathing hard. The motel behind him groaned like something dying. Know what? He looked exhausted in a way I don't think any human being should ever have to look. That it doesn't want to kill you. he said. It wants you to keep it open. I barely had time to understand that before the thing from the well spoke again. And this time it used my father's voice. You told him too much. My father went pale. I turned. The shape in the light at the bottom of the shaft was changing. It was becoming him, not fully, but enough. A sick, blurred copy built from the parts it had collected. His face twisted into a grin. My father whispered, "No." The copy of him smiled wider. "You should have stayed in the room," it said. Then it climbed. The first hand came over the edge of the well. Long fingers, gray skin, wrong joints. I did the only thing left to do. I grabbed the loose metal cover, lifted it with everything I had, and dropped it straight down into the shaft. The sound it made when it hit something below was not metal on concrete. It was metal on teeth. The scream that came up out of the well nearly shattered my eardrums. The thing at the edge jerked backward. My father lunged forward and slammed the pipe down into the opening, wedging the cover half shut. "Go!" he roared. I stared at him. He was bleeding from the nose now, from the ear. "Dad, go!" The motel around us lurched again. From somewhere inside the building, I heard the front desk phone ring. Once, twice, then stop. I looked at the office windows. Every reflection showed the same thing. The hallway, the doors, the faces. And at the end of it all, standing behind the front desk like he had always belonged there, was me. Not me in the lot, me in the motel. Calm, still, watching. I knew then what Mrs. Harlan had meant. The front desk wasn't a place. It was a transfer. And once it picked a clerk, the clerk never fully left. I turned back to my father. He was staring down into the shaft with a look I had never seen on his face before. Relief, not because he had won, because he had made a choice. He looked at me once, just once, and there was so much in that expression I felt it in my ribs. Then he did the only thing a father can do when something impossible is reaching for his child. He stepped forward and dropped into the well. "No!" I shouted. I lunged for him, but the pipe holding the cover snapped free and the metal lid slammed shut with a force that threw me backward again. The last thing I saw was my father falling into the yellow light below. Not disappearing, descending. Then the cover sealed. The screaming stopped. The motel went silent. The lot went still. The air changed all at once, as if a pressure had left the world. For a long time, I lay there on the ground, unable to move. Then, slowly, one by one, the motel lights began to go out. The office, the hallway, the windows, the sign, until all that remained was the weak gray light of dawn creeping over the desert. When I finally sat up, the well was covered again. The foundation looked like nothing had ever been there. The motel stood in the distance, half broken, empty, and silent. No voices, no phones, no knocking, no movement, just the wind crossing the parking lot. I got to my feet and walked to the edge of the slab. There was a single thing lying on the dirt beside the cover. A key tag, blackened on one side, white on the other. Blank. No number. No name. I picked it up. The instant my fingers touched the plastic, I heard a voice behind me. Soft. Almost amused. "Front desk, Eli." I turned. Nobody there. But on the motel office window, written in the dust from the inside, was one line. Fresh. Slowly forming as I watched. Shift continues. I have not gone back inside. Not yet. I am standing outside the motel as I write this, with the sunrise burning orange over Route 66 and the whole place looking normal enough to fool someone who doesn't know better. A road, a building, a dead neon sign. That is all anyone would see. But I can hear it now, under the foundation, not loud, patient, a phone ringing, And every time I think I'm done hearing it, I remember the line in the ledger that was not written in my hand. Front desk occupied by Eli Mercer. So I know what this means. I know what I have become. The motel did not let me close it. It let me inherit it. And somewhere down there, under the rooms and the road and the old buried well, something is still waiting for the next guest to check in. Because room 9 was never the end. It was only the first place the road learned how to keep people. And now the front desk is mine. I did not move for a long time. The desert wind pushed dust across my shoes and into the open seams of the foundation. But I could not make myself step away from the motel. Not because I wanted to stay, because I was afraid that if I turned my back for even a second, the building would decide to wear a different face when I looked again. The sun rose higher. The motel looked worse in daylight. That was the first thing I noticed. Not damaged. Wrong. The windows were too dark. The hall too long. The sign out front hanging crooked as if it had been bent by years instead of one night. The front office door stood half open, and every few seconds I thought I saw movement behind the glass. Nothing human, just the suggestion of something shifting its weight and waiting. Then the phone rang again. I almost laughed. It was not plugged in. I knew it wasn't plugged in because I had ripped the cord from the wall with both hands when the first call started. I stared at the black receiver on the counter and watched it vibrate against the wood. 1 ring, 2, 3. I did not answer. The ringing stopped. A beat of silence passed. Then the office speakers crackled to life. Static first, then Mrs. Harlan's voice. I had not heard it since she went down into the well with my father. "Eli," she said. I closed my eyes. The voice was weak, thinner than before, but it was hers. "Don't come inside." My breath caught. I looked at the office windows, half expecting to see her face pressed against the glass. "Mrs. Harlan?" I said. There was a pause on the line. Then, in the background, a sound I will never forget. Knocking, not on a door, on metal, far below. 3 slow taps, then another set, then another. The voice came back, strained now, as if she was speaking while something was trying to force its way through the dark. "It's not closed," she said. "It's contained." I gripped the key tag so hard my fingers hurt. "Where are you?" "In the space between," she whispered. "The part the motel forgot to finish building." I swallowed hard. "What happened to my father?" Another pause. Then, with so much quiet in her voice it made my chest hurt, she said, "He stayed behind." I didn't want that answer. I needed it anyway. The office speaker crackled. Her voice came through again, more urgent now. "He bought you time. Not much. The motel is looking for a replacement and you need to leave before it decides you're not temporary." I stared at the building. "Temporary? The front desk doesn't keep a body," she said. "It keeps a function. If you stay too long, it learns your habits." I looked at my hands. They were shaking. I had the sudden, nauseating feeling that if I stayed here another hour, I would start unlocking doors without meaning to, answering phones that rang from empty rooms, flipping signs that said occupied before anyone had checked in. "Then how do I get out?" I asked. The speaker hissed. Mrs. Harlan's voice dropped to almost nothing. "You don't leave by the road," she said. "You leave by the first lie." Then the static swallowed her. I yelled into the speaker, "What does that mean?" No answer. Just the lingering hum of dead audio and that knocking from below, slower now, like whatever was under the slab had realized it was trapped and had all the time in the world to think about revenge. I backed away from the office, not because I felt safe, because I felt watched. The front desk window reflected me standing in the lot, but the reflection was delayed by a half second. I moved my head and saw my mirrored self move a little too late. I took a step and watched the reflection smile when I didn't. That was enough. I turned away from the window and started toward my car. The white sedan was gone. Not moved. Gone. No tire tracks. No broken glass. No sign it had ever been there. Just an empty stretch of gravel where it had sat that morning, and a faint impression in the dust that looked like someone had stood in one place for a very long time. I walked faster. The motel lot stretched weirdly under the sun, the edges too broad, like the building was bending the ground around itself. I reached the edge of the pavement and stopped, because on the roadside shoulder, just beyond the cracked blacktop, there was a second car. My car, parked where I had never left it. Engine off. Driver door open. I stared at it in disbelief. Then I saw the inside. The driver's seat was wet, not soaked, marked, a dark stain in the shape of a person who had been sitting there with wet clothes. I did not go near it. I backed away slowly, and that was when I noticed the footprints. Bare feet in the dust leading from my car to the motel. Not away from it, to it. The same small, wet prints I had seen before. The same shape, the same direction. They ended at the office door. And there, just inside the threshold, was a brass key tag lying on the carpet. Room 1. My stomach tightened. That was wrong. That was all wrong. The tag should not have been there. The number should not have existed. There had never been a room 1 at Lone Juniper. The rooms started at 2, or they had when I first got there. I knew that. I was sure of it. Then the lobby door opened. I did not see who opened it. Just the movement. A black rectangle widening in the morning light. And from inside the office came the sound of my mother's voice. Real this time, or real enough to hurt. Eli? I froze. The voice was close. Close enough to make my whole body ache. Baby, come inside. I knew what Mrs. Harlan had said. The first lie. The thing that would let me out. And suddenly I understood. The motel did not just trap people with rooms. It trapped them with the first thing they refused to believe. My father had lied to me my entire life about Route 66. Mrs. Harlan had lied about room 9 being occupied. I had lied to myself when I said the motel was just a job. The first lie was not a trick. It was an admission, a refusal to accept the thing that opened the door. I looked at the office and said, in a voice that sounded too small even to me, "This isn't my mother." The air changed, not dramatically, just enough to raise the hair on my neck. The voice inside the office stopped. Then, from somewhere deep under the foundation, something moved. The gravel trembled under my feet. The bare feet in the dust shifted, and every window in the motel went dark at once. A shape stood behind the front office glass. Not my mother, not Mrs. Harlan, not my father. It was tall and still and too narrow at the shoulders, dressed in the dark outline of a clerk's shirt that looked somehow soaked through with shadow. Its face was blurred, as though my eyes refused to focus on it. Then it raised one hand and pressed 2 fingers against the glass. The gesture was almost polite, and on the other side of the window, written in fog from the inside, appeared a message. "Welcome, manager." I turned and ran, not toward the road, away from the motel, because somewhere in the distance, I could hear an engine. A real one this time, a car pulling up, a second guest. No, a next guest. The sound of tires crunching over gravel made my spine turn cold. I looked back over my shoulder and saw a dusty pickup truck rolling into the lot like it had every right to be there. The driver was a woman, middle-aged, tired, sunglasses on despite the rising sun, a cardboard drink carrier in the cup holder, the kind of person you see 1,000 times and forget 10 seconds later. She parked, shut off the engine, and sat there for one long moment, staring straight at the motel. I watched in horror as she reached for the door handle. I screamed at her not to come in. She didn't hear me, Or maybe she did and couldn't make sense of why a barefoot man was sprinting across the desert shoulder yelling like his throat was on fire. She stepped out of the truck and looked around. Then she smiled at the motel the way tired people smile when they finally arrive somewhere they can rest. That smile made my stomach turn, because I knew what happened next. I knew the shape of the sentence she was about to say. And when she looked at the office door and called out, "Hello, anybody there?" I heard very clearly the inside of the motel answer before I did. A voice from the dark hallway said, "Front desk is open." I stopped running, not because I wanted to, because the words had hit me like a hammer. Front desk is open, not occupied, open. I turned slowly back toward the building. The office window now showed the woman standing at the counter, her bag in one hand, her expression confused but calm. My reflection wasn't in the glass anymore. There was only the clerk, the one wearing the shadow of a man. It looked directly at me, then it looked at the woman, then it smiled, and I understood with a kind of sick, unavoidable clarity that I had made a terrible mistake. The lie I chose had not been enough. It had not let me out. It had only changed what the motel thought I was. The speaker above the office door crackled again, and Mrs. Harlan's voice, distant and broken, said one word, "Run." This time I listened. I took off across the shoulder of the highway as fast as my legs would carry me. Not looking back, not stopping, not trusting any part of the world behind me. The desert blurred in the heat. My lungs burned. The road shimmered. And then, after what felt like a mile but may have been less than a minute, I heard it. A knock, not behind me, ahead. I skidded to a stop so violently I nearly fell face first into the dirt. There, standing alone beside the roadside, was a door. A full-size motel door. Freestanding. No walls around it. No frame connected to anything. Just a white painted door in the middle of the desert, with a brass number plate mounted in the center. 1. The wind had stopped. My heartbeat was so loud I could barely hear anything else. I stared at the door and knew, without knowing how I knew, that this was what my father had meant by the first mouth. The one under the motel. The one that led somewhere the building had not finished swallowing. A whisper came from the other side. My mother's voice again, but weaker now, hurting. "Eli, please." I shut my eyes. I could not trust it. I could not answer. Then another voice came through the wood. My father's, low and steady. "You already know the first lie." I opened my eyes. The doorknob turned, very slowly, and from the crack beneath the door, I saw a line of light, yellow, flickering, impossible. Motel light, the kind that smells like old carpet and hot wiring and things left too long in the dark. I put my hand on the knob. It was warm, too warm. My mind went blank with terror and memory at the same time. The motel, the well, the ledger, my father falling into the shaft, Mrs. Harlan bleeding in the tunnel, the woman in the pickup walking toward the office. All of it slammed together so hard I felt myself start to shake apart. I heard the speaker from the motel behind me, faint now across the distance, carrying over the desert wind. "Front desk occupied." Then, another voice, right in my ear. "Not yet." I turned. Nobody there. When I looked back, the door had opened a few inches on its own. Inside was not the motel, not the well, not the tunnel. A room, a real room, bare bulb, thin bed, old carpet, a chair in the corner, a window with dust on the glass. Room 1, and on the bed sat my father, alive, or alive enough that my chest nearly split open. He looked up at me and smiled without joy. "Close it," he said. My mouth opened. Nothing came out. Behind him, against the far wall, I saw a second figure in the dim light. My mother, sitting very still in a chair, head bowed, not moving, not breathing, or maybe too still to tell. My father's face changed when he saw the look on mine. "No," he said quickly. "That's what it wants you to think." I staggered forward, one step, then another, the desert behind me gone in an instant as the door widened and swallowed me into the room. The air smelled stale and familiar. My stomach dropped. Smelled like home, not the apartment, my childhood bedroom. The room was wrong in 1,000 little ways I could not name, and yet it was arranged perfectly to make me think I recognized it. The chair, the lamp, the old bedspread, the window. The imitation was good enough to break your heart. My father stood up slowly. He looked thinner than I remembered, pale and drawn, as if the room had been feeding on him. "You shouldn't have come in," he said. I stared at him. "You're alive." He glanced toward the chair in the corner. I was. Then I looked at the woman in the chair. I thought it was my mother. I thought it for exactly 1 second. Then the woman lifted her head. It was Mrs. Harlan. Her eyes were closed. A black thread ran from one ear to the corner of her mouth, like she had been stitched shut and then opened again. She smiled faintly when she saw me. "Sorry," she whispered. "I tried to keep you out." I took a step backward. My father's expression changed. "Eli," he said very carefully, "don't let the room hear you decide." The lamp flickered. The wallpaper peeled. And in the reflection of the window behind him, I saw the thing standing outside the room. Tall, unclear, wearing my face. And when it smiled, the room answered with a knock from deep inside the wall. 3 taps, then 3 more. The thing in the reflection raised one hand and pointed at me. And from the chair in the corner, Mrs. Harlan spoke in a voice that did not belong to her at all. "Guest has checked in." The door behind me slammed shut. I spun, grabbed the knob and found it locked. I hit it with my shoulder once, twice, 3 times, but the wood did not even tremble. My father was no longer near the bed. He was standing beside me now, so close I hadn't heard him move. He grabbed my wrist and shoved something into my hand. The brass tag from the motel. Blank, burned black at the edges. "Listen to me," he said, voice tight with panic now. "The room is making you choose a shape. Don't give it one." I looked at him. "Then what do I do?" He was silent for 1 terrible second. Then he said, "You tell it the truth." The room shook. The light overhead flickered out, then back on. Mrs. Harlan laughed softly from the chair. The figure in the window outside leaned closer. And my own voice, from somewhere inside the walls, whispered, "There's no truth left." That nearly finished me, because it sounded like me, not imitation, recognition. My father shouted, "Eli!" I turned to him, breathing hard. He looked at me with such raw desperation that I understood at once there would not be another chance. "The first lie," he said, "was that you were ever just a guest." The window cracked. A long line split across the glass from top to bottom. Outside, the motel hallway beyond the room began to appear where there had been desert. Doors, lights, carpet, the whole place folding into itself again. I stared at the crack and felt something inside me click into place. The lie, not my lie, his. My father had lied when he told me my name was mine alone, when he said it was only a name, when he acted like I had been born into a family and not into a door. I took a breath. The room held still. My father whispered, "Now," and I said, with everything I had left in me, "My name is not the key." The room screamed. The sound came from everywhere at once. The bed jumped. The lamp shattered. Mrs. Harlan flew out of the chair as if thrown by an invisible hand. The window exploded inward in a storm of glass and dust, and beyond it the motel hallway collapsed into a twisting tunnel of doors and yellow light. The thing outside the room shrieked in my voice. And then, in a voice I had not heard since I was 12, my mother said from somewhere deep in the dark, "That's enough." The whole room went still. Every sound died. My father was staring over my shoulder, face drained of color. I turned slowly. My mother stood in the doorway that had not been there a moment before. Alive, not a shape, not a mimic, not a copy. Her tears on her cheeks, hair threaded with gray, hands shaking so hard she could barely hold the frame. I could not speak. My father made a broken sound in his throat. She looked at him, then at me, and somehow in that instant I understood that she had been inside this place longer than either of us had realized. Not trapped, waiting. "Eli," she said, and her voice was so real it hurt. "I'm sorry." I wanted to run to her. I wanted to believe. The room behind her shifted, and in the glass shards on the floor, I saw the reflection again. Not my mother, the thing wearing me, still standing in the hallway, still smiling, still waiting for me to decide what I was. My mother followed my gaze and flinched. She knew. She had always known. The room began to hum, low and deep, like the sound of old fluorescent lights warming up. My father stepped toward her. "Can you close it?" he asked. She looked at him with grief in her eyes so old it seemed to weigh down her whole body. "No," she said, "but he can." She pointed at me. I stared at her. "No." She shook her head once. "The room only needs one thing from you now." "What?" Her eyes filled with tears. "Your answer." The thing in the reflection took one step forward. The hallway behind it twisted. The motel outside the window shuddered like it was about to peel away from the earth entirely. My father grabbed my shoulder hard enough to hurt. "Whatever it asks," he said. "Do not answer with your name." The voice from the walls came again. Soft, patient, familiar in the worst way. "Eli," it whispered. "Who are you?" My chest tightened. I looked at my mother, at my father, at Mrs. Harlan on the floor, bleeding and smiling like she knew this was always where we had been headed. I understood then that the room wanted an identity because identities were doors, and doors opened both ways. The thing in the reflection stepped closer, its mouth stretching into that awful, almost human grin. "Who are you?" it asked again. I looked down at the blank brass tag in my hand. Then I lifted my head and said the only thing left that was true. "I'm the one shutting this place down." The room exploded, not with fire, with sound. Every door in every hallway, in every buried corridor slammed at once. The walls tore open in ribbons of light. The floor dropped away. The bed disappeared. The window became the night sky, and then the road, and then the well, and then nothing at all. I remember screaming. I remember my mother reaching for me. I remember my father pushing me toward a line of light where the room had split apart. I remember Mrs. Harlan shouting something I couldn't hear. Then I was falling, not through a floor, through layers. Room 1, room 9, the tunnel, the office, the well, the highway, the desert, all of it peeling away from me like wet paper. And the last thing I saw before everything went black was the motel standing alone under a pale dawn. Its sign flickering once over the empty highway. Lone Juniper Motel. Then the sign went out. I woke up in a ditch 20 miles from the property with dirt in my mouth and blood on my shirt and no memory of how I got there. The motel was gone. Not burned. Not collapsed. Gone. There was only open desert where it had stood. No foundation, no lot, no rooms, just sand and wind and a stretch of road that looked old enough to remember every tire that had crossed it. The sheriff found me at noon. He looked at the ditch, looked at me, then looked at the empty horizon where the motel should have been. I told him the truth, or as much of it as he could survive. He listened in silence. When I finished, he only said, "There was never a motel there." I stared at him. He refused to meet my eyes. Then he pointed at the notebook in my lap. I looked down. The ledger, the motel ledger, still in my hands. Its cover was clean now. No scorch marks, no ash. The pages were blank except for one line on the very last sheet. Fresh ink, dry, waiting. Front desk occupied by Eli Mercer. Below that was a second line I had not seen before. Not in my handwriting. Not in my father's. Not in Mrs. Harlan's. A line written in neat, careful script that made my stomach go cold. Next guest requested. I looked up. The sheriff had stepped back. He was staring past me, face pale. I turned. At the edge of the highway, under the empty Arizona sky, stood a woman with a cardboard drink carrier in one hand and a dusty silver truck parked behind her. She was watching the ditch, watching me, and when she smiled, I knew that smile. She had worn it in the motel office, only now she was alive enough to walk. "Excuse me," she called, shielding her eyes against the sun. "Is this the lone juniper?" I stood there with the ledger in my hands and felt the bottom fall out of the world again. Because I understood. The motel had not been destroyed. It had moved, and I was still the front desk. I didn't answer her right away. Couldn't. The woman by the roadside kept smiling like I was the one who owed her directions, and the sheriff stood behind me with one hand hovering near his belt, looking more confused than alarmed. The ledger was hot in my lap. Not warm. Hot. I looked down at the last line again. Next guest requested. The woman took a step closer. Up close, she looked tired in the exact way all the others had looked tired. The kind of tired that comes from too many miles and too much silence and one bad decision made somewhere after midnight. "Hello?" she said. "I'm looking for the motel." The sheriff frowned. "Lady, there's no motel here." She blinked at him, then at me, and something changed in her expression. Not fear, recognition, like she had seen a shape behind my face that she did not like. I stood up too fast and nearly fell back into the ditch. The woman's eyes dropped to the ledger in my hand. Her smile faltered. "Is that yours?" she asked. The sheriff looked at the book, then at me. "Son," he said quietly. "What is that?" I should have lied. I should have done anything except tell the truth again. But the truth was the only thing left that still had teeth. "It's the front desk," I said. The sheriff stared at me as if I had finally broken for good. The woman by the road took another step forward, slower this time. "I was told this was the shortcut," she said. I felt my blood go cold. "By who?" I looked past her truck, down the empty strip of highway shimmering in the heat. For one impossible second, I thought I saw the motel sign flicker there in the distance. Then it was gone. The sheriff said, "Ma'am, you need to turn around and drive back the way you came." She glanced at him with a flat, tired expression. "I already did." I closed my eyes. That was the answer. That was always the answer. Nobody arrived at the motel by accident. They arrived after trying to leave something behind. The woman noticed my face and lowered her voice. "Are you the one who works there?" The sheriff looked at me sharply. I did not want to answer, but the ledger in my lap turned another page by itself. A new name was appearing in the ink. Harlan Margaret. My breath caught. My knees almost gave out. Mrs. Harlan. Not gone. Not dead. Requested. The woman saw my expression and understood enough to step back. "What is that thing?" she asked. I looked at the road, then the ditch, then the empty patch of desert where the motel should have been. "I think," I said, It's a place that follows people who are already halfway gone. The sheriff exhaled hard through his nose and shook his head like he wanted to argue with every word I'd said, but couldn't find the energy. The woman set the drink carrier down on the hood of her truck. "I need a room," she said, every muscle in my body locked. "No," I said. She looked at me strangely. "I've been driving for 14 hours. "No," I repeated. The sheriff stepped between us. "Ma'am, you're not listening." But the woman was staring at the ledger now. Her face had gone pale. "I know that book," she whispered. I went still. She looked up at me, and for the first time there was real fear in her eyes. "My husband had one just like it," she said. "He worked construction out here years ago. He said if you ever saw the book, you were already too close." I nearly dropped the ledger. "What did you say?" She swallowed hard. "He used to come home talking about a hole in the ground, a room under a room. He said there were names in it." The sheriff reached for her shoulder. "Ma'am, I think you need to come sit down." She flinched away. Then she pointed at me. "No," she said, voice shaking now. "He knows." I looked at her, at the face, at the voice, at the way she kept glancing past me, toward the ditch, like she expected someone else to step out of the empty air. And then I understood why her smile had looked familiar. It was my mother's, not because she resembled her, because she was wearing the same expression my mother had worn in the motel room before the thing inside her learned how to smile with it. The sheriff noticed the change in my face and followed my gaze. "Son." I backed up one step, then another. The woman's lips parted, and in a voice that was not hers, not entirely, she said, "Front desk occupied." The sheriff spun toward her. Too late. Her shadow stretched wrong across the dirt. Not in the shape of a person, in the shape of a doorway. The sheriff pulled his gun and shouted, "Don't move!" She laughed once. It sounded like something dry scraping along wood. Then the desert air around us shifted. Not hot, cold. The smell of wet soil rose from the road. The sheriff froze. The woman's truck door opened by itself. Inside, the cab was not a cab anymore. It was a hallway, the same hallway from the motel. The same yellow lights, the same doors, and standing at the end of it, tiny in the distance, was Mrs. Harlan. She was alive, or something was using her alive. She lifted one hand and motioned toward me. "Come on," the gesture said. The sheriff backed away from the truck. "What in God's name?" The woman turned toward him with her head tilted too far to the side. The smile on her face widened past anything a human face should allow. Then she spoke in 3 voices at once. "You already checked in." The sheriff fired. The bullet hit the truck windshield and vanished into black glass. The sheriff stumbled backward in shock. I grabbed his arm and yelled, "Get behind me!" He looked at me like I was insane. Maybe I was. The woman stepped out of the truck, and when her boots hit the dirt, the desert around us changed. The horizon blurred. The road lengthened. The ditch behind me dropped away into darkness. For 1 second, I saw the motel again. Not where it had been, where it was. Standing on the other side of the truck like it had simply unfolded out of the distance. The office sign buzzed overhead. The front doors were open. The lobby lights were on. And in the office window, behind the glass, I saw my own reflection wearing the clerk's shirt. The woman's voice came from everywhere now. Not her voice. Mine. "Room 1 is ready." The sheriff grabbed my sleeve. "Eli, what is happening?" I stared at the motel, at the front desk, at the thing standing in the lobby behind my reflection. And for the first time, I knew exactly what the ledger had been doing this whole time. It wasn't listing guests. It was tracking the handoff. The motel didn't need to trap bodies forever. It needed a clerk, someone who could stay at the front desk and keep the exchange going, someone to greet the next traveler, someone to answer the phone, someone to say the words. I looked at the sheriff, then at the woman, then back at the motel, and I made a choice I didn't know I was capable of making. I opened the ledger to the blank page at the back and wrote one line. Not my name, not hers, not Mrs. Harlan's. A lie. Front desk vacant. The air cracked, not like glass, like a snapped wire under pressure. The motel lurched in the distance, its sign flickering violently. The woman screamed, clutching her head. The sheriff stumbled and dropped his gun. The hallway inside the truck shuddered and collapsed in on itself like paper burning from the edge. The clerk in the motel window turned toward me. His face was mine. His mouth opened wide. And for the first time since all of this began, I heard it sound afraid. The ledger in my hands went cold. A page ripped itself free and flew into the wind. Then another, and another. The woman by the truck fell to her knees, gasping like she'd just been dragged back to her own skin. Mrs. Harlan appeared in the motel doorway, stumbling as if she had just escaped something that did not want to let her go. She saw me, saw the open ledger, and her eyes widened in alarm. "No," she whispered, but it was too late. The blank page I had written on began to fill with new words, ink bleeding across the paper like a bruise. Vacancy transferred. The clerk in the window smiled. Not mine. Then the motel started to fade. Not disappear. Unfold. The walls came apart into strips of light. The office roof tore open. The rooms stretched into long lines of doors and then collapsed inward. The sign overhead blinked one last time and went dark. The woman on the ground cried, "What did you do?" I looked at the ledger, then at my own hands. I had no idea whether I'd saved anyone or made everything worse. Maybe both. The sheriff grabbed his radio, screaming for backup, but all he got was static. Mrs. Harlan dragged herself toward me through the dust, her face gray with exhaustion. "You broke the agreement," she said. "That was the point." She shook her head slowly. "No, the point was to pick who replaces you." I stared at her. The remaining motel lights went out one by one. In the silence that followed, the sheriff's radio crackled. A voice came through, soft, clear. My voice. "Front desk occupied." The sheriff went pale. So did I, because the sound was not coming from the motel. It was coming from the radio in his hand. Then another voice answered. "Mrs. Harlan's. Room 1 is occupied." The radio hissed. Then my father's voice, low and tired and far away. "Eli." I turned so fast I nearly fell. He was standing at the edge of the road. Not solid, not ghostly either, just there, worn down to the shape of himself. Behind him, faint in the dust, the outline of the motel was still visible for one impossible second, like a reflection that didn't belong to the sky. My throat closed. "Dad." He looked at me with the saddest expression I have ever seen. "It doesn't end," he said. "It changes hands." I took a step toward him. He raised one hand, stopping me. And then I understood the worst part. He wasn't free. He was the warning. The thing the motel had left behind so the next clerk would understand the job before taking it. Mrs. Harlan looked at him, then at me and whispered, "It chose you because you were the last one to say no." The woman on the ground started crying. The sheriff backed away until his boots hit the edge of the ditch and he nearly lost his balance. I looked down at the ledger. The last page had one more line now. Fresh ink. Still wet. Manager on duty, Eli Mercer. I shut my eyes. When I opened them again, the motel was gone. Not the building. The feeling of it. The pressure. The pull. The smell of old carpet and wet earth. The road looked empty, normal. The woman's truck sat where it had been. The sheriff stood with his gun lowered, breathing hard. Mrs. Harlan was gone. My father too. Only the ledger remained in my hands. And on the last page, under my name, a new sentence had appeared. Training complete. I should have run then. I should have driven until sunrise turned to another day and another and another. Instead, I found myself looking at the empty highway shoulder just beyond the ditch. Because there, standing under the desert sun like she had been waiting all along, was another traveler. Young, male, dusty backpack, lost eyes. He looked at the road, then at me, and raised a hand in a small helpless wave. Then he asked the question I had heard 100 times before. Is this where I check in? I did not answer. Not right away, because from somewhere deep inside the ledger, I heard the familiar ring of a phone. And this time, when I looked down at the page, the blank line beneath my name was already filling in. Another room, another number, another guest. The work had started again, and I was still at the front desk. I looked at the new traveler and felt something in me go cold. Not fear, recognition. He was the kind of person I used to be before all this. Late 20s, sunburned, tired, probably lying to himself about where he was going and why he was going there. He stood at the edge of the shoulder with a duffel bag hanging off one arm, glancing at the empty stretch of highway like he expected the road to apologize for something. I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach twist, that if I let him speak one more sentence, I would answer the way the motel wanted. So I did the one thing I had not done enough of. I lied. No, I said. You're lost. The man blinked. What? I pointed past him, toward the highway. There's no motel here, I said. You missed your turn. He frowned, confused. I thought this was the lone juniper. Behind me, the sheriff stiffened. Mrs. Harlan's old voice echoed in my head. The first lie. Not a trick. Not a loophole. A refusal. The traveler looked from me to the road and back again. My GPS said, "It's wrong," I snapped. The words came out harder than I intended, but they held. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the air shifted. Not much, just enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. The traveler's face changed. He stopped looking tired, started looking afraid. I don't understand, he said quietly. Good, I said. Keep it that way. The sheriff stared at me like I had gone insane. Maybe I had, but the ledger in my hand was burning cold now, and that felt like the only thing in the world with teeth. The traveler glanced over his shoulder toward the highway, then back toward me. And then he did something that nearly broke me. He smiled, not because he was calm, because he had heard something behind my words. He took one slow step backward. Yeah, he said, voice suddenly flat. Maybe I took a wrong turn. I watched him turn to leave, and for a second I thought it worked. Then the truck behind him started up on its own. The engine roared. The driver's door slammed open, and from inside the cab came a voice I knew too well. My mother's voice. Eli. The traveler froze. So did I. The truck's window was gone now. In its place was darkness so thick it looked solid. And behind that darkness, pressed close to the glass like something had leaned forward from inside the vehicle, was a face. Not my mother, not even close, but it wore her expression. The traveler backed away from the truck, hands half raised in confusion. What the hell is that? I didn't answer. The sheriff shouted, "Get away from the vehicle." The thing in the truck turned its head toward him, then toward me, then it smiled. The smile split too wide. The door of the truck swung open again. Inside was a motel key hanging from the ignition. Tag number 2. The traveler looked down at it and made the mistake every guest before him had made. He asked the question, What room do I have? The highway went silent. The ledger in my hand flipped open by itself to a blank page. Fresh ink bloomed across the top line. Guest has arrived. Below it, the room number wrote itself. 2. I grabbed the traveler by the sleeve before he could say anything else. No. He stared at me, terrified now. What is this? I looked at the truck. The thing inside it was gone. The driver's seat was empty, but the engine kept running. And from the open truck door came the smell of wet earth and old carpet. The sheriff stepped toward us, voice low and dangerous. Eli, talk to me. What is going on? I could have told him the truth, but the truth had gotten people taken. So I did the only thing left. I shoved the traveler away from the truck and shouted, "Get in your car and leave. Now." He didn't move. The truck door closed by itself. The engine died. The traveler looked at me, then at the road, then back to the place where the motel had vanished. His face was pale. Why does it feel like I've been here before? The question hit me like a fist, because I had heard that before too. From me, from my father, from Mrs. Harlan, from everyone the motel had ever tasted. The sheriff caught the edge in my expression and finally seemed to understand that this was bigger than a crime scene or a delusion or some roadside breakdown. He lowered his voice. Eli, what are you? For a moment I had no answer. Then the ledger in my hand turned another page. Not by itself, by pressure, as if something on the other side was trying to write through it. I looked down. A new line had formed. Manager is expected to assist incoming guests. My hands started shaking again. The traveler stepped back. I'm not going in there. There is no there, I said. The truck behind him clicked. The hazard lights came on. Blink, blink, blink. Then the passenger door opened. Nobody was inside. The traveler turned and ran. Good. That was the first smart thing he'd done. He bolted toward the highway, and I watched him go with so much relief it almost hurt. For 3 seconds, I thought I'd broken the cycle. Then the road changed. Right in front of him, without warning, a building line appeared in the heat shimmer. A motel sign, a front office, a long, low structure stretching along the shoulder where there had been nothing a second before. The lone juniper. The traveler skidded to a stop and stared at it. The sheriff cursed under his breath. I felt my blood drain away. The motel had not vanished. It had found a new angle, a new shape, a smaller one maybe, more hidden, easier to miss. But there it was, sitting where the desert should have been, like a thought you only noticed once it was already inside your head. The traveler looked back at us, panicked. It wasn't there, he said. It wasn't there. I started toward him, but the sheriff grabbed my arm. Stop. I yanked away. Let him leave. He's going to be killed running blind into the road. I turned to the motel. One of the office lights had come on. Then the front desk lamp. Then the hallway. The open door looked warm, inviting. The kind of invitation that doesn't feel like a trap until you're already seated. The traveler stood there trembling, caught between the highway and the front steps. Then he did what tired people do when every direction is wrong. He walked forward, not fast, not brave, just one step at a time. The moment his foot touched the motel threshold, the front desk phone rang. I should have known what that meant. A check-in. A transfer, a claim. The traveler looked back at me one last time, eyes wide, mouth open, and said, "Help me." I ran. The sheriff shouted something behind me. I didn't hear him. I reached the front office door just as the traveler stepped inside, and I saw the clerk standing behind the counter. It was not me, not entirely. It wore my shape the way smoke wears a room. Same height. Same shirt, same face if you glanced too quickly, but its eyes were wrong, flat, patient. older than anything alive should be. The traveler stumbled to the counter, and the clerk smiled as if it had been waiting all day. "Welcome," it said. The traveler looked at me through the glass. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Then the ledger in my hand snapped shut. Hard. The sound echoed through the motel like a gunshot. Every light inside the building burst at once. The front office went black. I slammed my hand against the glass. "Don't answer anything it says." But the clerk behind the counter was already leaning forward, reaching under the desk, and when the lights came back a second later, the traveler was no longer standing there. In his place was a motel key. Tag number 2. My stomach lurched. The sheriff stumbled up behind me, breathing hard. "Where did he go?" I didn't answer. Couldn't, because the office monitor had turned on by itself. And on the screen, in black and white grainy footage, I saw the traveler. He was walking down a hallway that was not in the motel. A hallway lined with doors. He kept turning in place, confused, calling out for help that no one answered. Then the camera angle shifted, and I saw the same hallway from a different room. He wasn't alone anymore. Someone stood at the far end. A woman in a cardigan, Mrs. Harlan. She raised one hand and beckoned him toward her. He started walking. I pounded the desk. "No!" The monitor changed again. Now it showed the traveler from above. He was no longer in a hallway. He was in a room. Room 2. No window. Bare bed. Lamp. Chair. He pressed both hands against the door and screamed. The sheriff made a stunned sound behind me. I felt the room around us growing colder. Then the clerk behind the counter turned slowly and looked directly at me through the monitor. Not at the camera. At me. And it spoke, though its lips barely moved. "You left the front desk unattended." I didn't realize I had backed up until my shoulders hit the wall. The sheriff drew his gun again, but this time I grabbed his wrist before he could raise it. "No bullets," I said. He stared at me. "What? It doesn't work like that." The clerk smiled wider. Then, from somewhere deep in the motel, we heard knocking. Not from a door. Many doors. Too many to count. The sound rolled through the halls like a wave. 3 taps. Then another set. Then another. Every room had started knocking back. The sheriff went pale. "What is that?" I knew the answer and hated it. Guests. The motel lights dimmed and brightened like a dying pulse. In the monitor, room 2's door swung open. The traveler ran out into the hallway. He slammed directly into the sheriff's body in the footage and then vanished into the static. I spun toward the real hallway outside the office. Empty. Then the speaker overhead crackled. My father's voice came through. Strained. "Close. Eli. Don't let the desk get another name." I nearly collapsed hearing him. "Dad." No answer. Then my mother's voice, tiny and far away. "Don't trust the clerk." The sheriff stared at the speaker like the room itself had just spoken. Then the monitor went black. When it came back, the traveler was sitting behind the front desk. He looked up at me with dead eyes and said, in a voice that was not his own, "Next guest requested." I knew then the motel had done the thing it always did. It had made a clerk out of a guest. A slow transfer, not a death. Worse, a handoff. The sheriff saw it too. He took a step back and whispered, "Eli, tell me you've got a plan." I looked at the ledger, at the new page filling itself with names I did not recognize, at the motel clerk wearing the traveler's face, at the road outside, where the desert shimmered and bent and waited for the next person who was tired enough to stop. And I realized the only plan left was the one I had been trying not to make since the beginning. I had to go back in, not as a guest, as a manager, as whatever the motel thought I was now. The clerk at the desk smiled, as if it knew I'd finally arrived at the correct answer. The sheriff saw the look on my face and said, "No." I shut the ledger and handed it to him. "If I don't come back," I said, "do not open this book." He looked at me like I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. Then he looked at the cover and his face changed, because the title had appeared there in fresh black lettering while he was holding it. Lost and Found. He dropped it like it burned. The motel clerk behind the desk laughed quietly. The sound made my skin crawl. I turned and walked to the front door. The sheriff shouted after me, "Eli!" I stopped with my hand on the knob. Did not look back. "Keep the road clear," I said. He didn't answer. The clerk in the office spoke again. This time it sounded almost pleased. "Room 3 is available." I opened the front door and stepped inside. The motel smelled like wet concrete and old smoke. The hallway stretched farther than it had any right to. And at the far end, where room 9 used to be, there was now a new door with a number I had not seen before. 0. The light under it was on. Bright, warm, waiting. I started walking, and as I crossed the threshold, the speaker above me crackled one more time. My own voice came through, calm and steady and terribly familiar. "Welcome back, Eli." The door at the end of the hall opened, and this time I knew enough to be afraid of what was on the other side. The hallway got quieter the closer I got to that door. Not silent, muted, like the motel was holding its breath. The number on the door, 0, wasn't painted on like the others. It looked carved, cut into the wood like someone had kneaded it to stay there. The light bleeding out from underneath it was warmer than the rest of the building. Not yellow motel light, something softer, something familiar. That was the first warning. I stopped a few feet away. Behind me, the hallway stretched back toward the office, longer than it should have been. Longer than when I started walking. The doors on either side looked wrong now, numbers shifting if I tried to focus on them, like they didn't want to be counted. I could feel the motel watching, waiting for me to decide how I was going to enter, guest, or something else. My hand tightened at my side. Manager. That word still didn't feel real, but the deeper I went, the more the place seemed to recognize it. The lights above me steadied. The floor stopped creaking under my steps. Even the air felt less hostile. Not safe, just respectful, like I had moved from prey to staff. I hated that. The door to room 0 clicked. Not open. Unlocked. Quiet, polite invitation. I didn't touch the knob right away. Instead, I said, "I know you can hear me." The motel didn't answer, but somewhere far behind the walls, something shifted. Not aggressive, not rushing, listening. "Good. Whatever this is," I said, forcing my voice steady. "It doesn't get another clerk." The silence stretched. Then, from inside the room, a voice replied. Not mine. Not the clerk's. My mother's. "You don't decide that." I closed my eyes for half a second, then opened them again. I already did. The knob turned under my hand. Slow, smooth. The door opened inward. And for a second, just a second, I thought I was looking into my childhood home. The layout was wrong, but the feeling was exact. Same warm light, same quiet hum of electricity. Same faint smell of detergent and something cooking in another room. The kind of place that convinces you nothing bad can happen inside it. That was the second warning. I stepped in anyway. The door shut behind me without a sound. The hallway disappeared. Room 0 wasn't really a room. It was a collection of spaces stitched together just well enough to pass at a glance. A living room that led into a kitchen that didn't quite line up with the walls. A hallway that bent slightly where it shouldn't. A bedroom door at the end that felt too far away. and sitting at the small kitchen table. My mother. She looked up as I entered. Not a mimic, not a half-formed shape. Her, older than the last time I'd seen her. Tired, real. That hurt more than anything else. "Eli," she said softly. I didn't move. "You're not her," I said. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "That's the problem," she replied. "I am." The room shifted slightly around us, like it was adjusting focus. I stayed near the door. "If you were," I said, "you'd tell me to leave." Her expression flickered, just for a second. Then it settled again. "I am telling you to leave," she said, "but not alone." My chest tightened. "Where's Dad?" She didn't answer right away. Instead, she gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit." "No." Her eyes hardened. "You don't have time to argue. That's what this place always says." Silence. Then she leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. "Your father is still here," she said, "but not the way you think." I forced myself to stay still. "Then show me." The room didn't like that. I felt it immediately. The walls tightened. The light dimmed just a fraction. The hum in the air deepened, like something large had just turned its attention toward us. My mother noticed. "Eli," she said, sharper now, "don't push it." "I'm not playing along," I said. "Not anymore." The temperature dropped. Fast. Her breath fogged slightly in the air. Mine didn't. That was the third warning. "You don't understand how this works," she said. "Then explain it." She stood slowly from the table, and for the first time I saw something wrong. Her shadow. It didn't match her. She was standing still. Her shadow was reaching toward me. "You think this place traps people," she said. "It does." "No," she said, voice tightening. "It organizes them." I didn't like that word. "Into what?" She took a step closer. "Functions." My stomach turned. Front desk, guest, manager, rooms, doors, all of it snapping into a shape I didn't want to understand. "You give it a role," she continued, "and it gives you a place to exist. And if I don't?" Her expression softened. "Then you don't exist here at all." The room pulsed. For a split second, everything flickered, and I saw the truth underneath. Not a house, not a room, a hollow, a vast, unfinished space filled with doors that led nowhere, all orbiting something at the center that I couldn't fully see. Then it snapped back. My mother was still standing in front of me, but now I knew. "You're not trapped," I said slowly. She hesitated. "That was enough. You chose this." Her face broke, not physically, emotionally. The mask slipped. "I stayed," she said. "Why?" Her eyes filled with something that looked like grief and exhaustion and something worse. "Because someone had to understand it." I shook my head. "No. You stayed because it gave you a way to keep him." Silence. Then, very quietly, "Yes." The word hit harder than anything else. I swallowed. "Where is he?" She looked toward the hallway at the back of the room. "The center." Of course, there was always a center. "And what's in there?" She met my eyes. "The thing that decides." The lights flickered again. The hum grew louder. The room didn't like this conversation. Didn't like me asking questions it couldn't easily reshape. Good. I stepped past her. "Then I'm going there." Her hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. Her grip was real, warm, human. "Eli," she said, urgent now. "If you go in there as a person, you won't come back out as one." I looked down at her hand, then back at her. "I don't think I'm a person here anymore." That landed. She let go slowly. Behind her, the hallway stretched longer, darker. The door at the end pulsed faintly. Not light, presence. Then go as what you are, she said. I nodded once. Manager. I hated that word, but I understood it now. I walked down the hallway. Each step felt heavier than the last, like I was moving deeper into something that didn't measure distance the way the real world did. Halfway down, the walls stopped pretending. The wallpaper peeled away. The floor became concrete. The ceiling stretched up into darkness. Doors appeared along the sides. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all numbered, all occupied, all knocking, soft, constant, waiting. At the end of it all, one door, no number, just a handle. I reached it. My hand hovered over the knob. Behind me, I could hear my mother's voice one last time. Eli, if it asks you who you are. I know, I said. I turned the knob. The door opened, and everything went quiet. Inside was not a room. It was a space so large it didn't make sense. Dark, endless, and at the center of it, something sitting behind a desk. Not a person, not a creature, a shape made of outlines that couldn't stay still long enough to understand. But I knew what it was. The first clerk, the thing that had started it all. It looked up, and when it spoke, it used every voice I had ever heard inside the motel. Manager, it said. I stepped forward. No, the word echoed. The thing tilted its head. Clarify. I took a breath, then said as clearly as I could, I'm the one ending this. The space trembled, not violently, curiously, like it had never heard that answer before. Then it asked the question I knew was coming. Who are you? Everything in me wanted to freeze, to hesitate, to choose something safe. A name, a role, anything that would fit into the system. Instead, I said the only thing that didn't. I'm not yours. The silence that followed felt like the world holding its breath. Then, for the first time, the thing behind the desk moved. Not forward, not back, but apart, splitting slightly like it couldn't hold its shape under that answer. The doors along the walls started slamming, one by one, then faster, then all at once. The knocking stopped, completely. The thing's voice came again, different now, less certain. Invalid response. Good, I said. The space cracked. Light bled through the fractures. The desk splintered. The shape behind it flickered. And somewhere far away, I heard the motel itself beginning to come undone. The thing spoke again, louder now. System requires assignment. I shook my head. No more assignments. The crack spread. The darkness tore open, and through it I saw the desert. The real one. The one without doors, without rooms, without names. The thing lunged. Not physically, conceptually, like it was trying to fit me into a space before everything collapsed. I stepped back, then said the last thing I had left. No more front desk. The world broke. Everything. At once. And for a second, just one, I felt it all disappear. The rooms. The doors. The voices. The weight. Gone. Then, silence. Real silence. I opened my eyes. I was back on the highway. Flat desert. Blue sky. Wind. The sheriff was there. The truck. The woman. All of it. Normal. Gone. Like it had never happened. The ledger was gone. The motel was gone. The weight. Gone. The sheriff looked at me. You okay? I nodded slowly. For the first time in a long time, I meant it. And somewhere far away, a road ended. For good. Or at least, that's what I thought. I didn't believe it. Not really. Things like that don't just end clean. Not after everything I'd seen. But the desert looked normal. The road stretched flat and empty in both directions. Heat shimmered over the asphalt. No motel. No truck with impossible doors. No hum in the air. No knocking. Just wind. The sheriff kept watching me like he was waiting for me to start screaming again. "You sure you're all right?" he asked. I nodded, slower this time. "Yeah." My voice sounded like mine again. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. The woman who'd been near the truck was gone. No footprints. No engine noise fading in the distance. Just gone like she had never stopped there at all. The sheriff followed my gaze. "Who were you talking to earlier?" I hesitated. Then I said, "Nobody." That was a lie. And for a second, just a second, I felt something shift. Tiny, distant, like a thread being pulled tight somewhere I couldn't see. I froze. The sheriff noticed. "What?" I shook my head quickly. "Nothing." But it wasn't nothing, because I understood something in that moment that made my chest go cold. The motel didn't just run on names. It ran on lies, and I had just given it one. A small one, but enough. I forced myself to breathe. "It's over," I said, more to myself than to him. The sheriff didn't argue. He just nodded, like people do when they don't understand something but want it to be finished anyway. "Let's get you out of here," he said. I didn't resist. We drove. Miles of empty highway. No buildings. No signs. No turns that didn't make sense. Just road. The farther we got, the lighter everything felt. The pressure behind my eyes eased. The memory of the motel dulled around the edges, like it was already trying to slip out of reach. That scared me more than anything else, because if I forgot it, if I forgot how it worked, could start again, somewhere else, with someone else. The sheriff dropped me at a gas station just outside a small town. Normal place, bright lights, people moving around, the smell of fuel and coffee. Real, grounded, safe. "You got someone you can call?" he asked. I nodded. "Yeah." I didn't, but I needed him to leave. He studied me for a moment, then handed me a card. "Anything weird happens," he said, "you call me." I took it. "Thanks." He got back in his cruiser and drove off. I stood there for a while, just watching the road, waiting for something to follow. Nothing did. Eventually, I went inside. The gas station clerk barely looked up, just rang up a bottle of water and a pack of crackers like I was any other traveler passing through. I almost laughed at that. Almost. I sat by the window and drank the water slowly, grounding myself in every small, normal detail I could find. Cold bottle, plastic crinkle, distant hum of refrigerators, a TV playing something forgettable in the corner. This was real. This had to be real. I reached into my pocket for the sheriff's card. It was still there. Good. Proof. Something that hadn't changed. I turned it over in my hand and froze. There was writing on the back. Not there before. Not from the sheriff. Neat. Careful. Familiar in the worst way. Front desk closed. My throat tightened. "No," I whispered. The lights in the gas station flickered. Just once. Nobody else reacted. The clerk kept scanning items. A man in the aisle kept looking at chips. The TV kept playing. Normal. Except it wasn't. Because when I looked back at the window, the reflection wasn't right. I was sitting there, but so was someone else. Standing behind me, wearing my face, not moving, just watching. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew what I'd see, or what I wouldn't see. The reflection leaned slightly closer. His mouth moved. No sound. I watched the words form. "You left it open." My hands started shaking. I dropped the card. The reflection didn't. It stayed there, smiling faintly, waiting. I stood up too fast, knocking the chair back. The clerk looked up, annoyed. "You good, man?" I nodded too quickly. Yeah, sorry." I grabbed the card off the floor. The writing was gone. Blank. I looked back at the window. Only me. Alone. Breathing hard. I forced myself to sit back down. Think. The motel was gone. I broke it. I saw it break. So what was this? Leftover? Echo? Or, worse, something I had carried out with me. I looked at my hands again. They looked normal. Felt normal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. Not outside. Inside. Like a door that used to open outward now opened both ways. The TV in the corner crackled. Static for half a second. Then a different image. Grainy. Black and white. My heart dropped. A hallway. Long. Narrow. Doors on both sides. No. I stood up again. Nobody else in the store reacted. The clerk didn't even look. On the TV, the camera moved slowly forward down the hall. At the far end, a door. Numbered. 1. The screen flickered, then changed back to whatever show had been playing. The sound of laughter filled the room. Fake. Too loud. I backed away from the TV. This wasn't over. It had never been over. I just didn't understand what I'd actually done yet. I left the gas station without saying anything. The sun was lower now. Late afternoon. Long shadows stretching across the ground. I walked to the edge of the lot and stopped, because I saw it again. Not fully, not solid, but there, at the far end of the road. A shape, a suggestion, like heat bending light just enough to hint at a building that wasn't quite there. A motel, smaller, fainter, but still present. I felt something in my chest tighten. Not fear, recognition, connection, like it knew I was looking at it, and it was looking back. The words from the card echoed in my head. Front desk closed. But the thing in the reflection had said, "You left it open." Both couldn't be true, unless I stepped forward without meaning to. The air shifted slightly, that same thread-tightening feeling from earlier. Subtle, but real. I stopped immediately. "No," I said out loud. The shape in the distance didn't move. Didn't need to. It was waiting. For me. For a decision. For a role. For a name. I took a step back instead. Then another. The pressure eased. Just a little. Enough to breathe. Good. That meant something still worked. Distance mattered. Choice mattered. I turned away from the road. Started walking in the opposite direction. Didn't run. Didn't look back. Just walked. And after a while, the feeling faded. Not gone, but quieter. Like something watching from very far away. Waiting. Learning. Adapting. I don't know how long I walked before I stopped. Long enough for the sun to dip lower. Long enough for the world to feel almost normal again. Almost. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I slipped it back into my pocket. And that's when I felt it. Something small. Hard. Not the card. Something else. Slowly. Very slowly. I reached in. And pulled it out. A brass tag. Cold. Heavy. Burned slightly at the edges. I didn't need to turn it over. I already knew. But I did anyway. Just to confirm what I was already afraid of. The number wasn't 1. Wasn't 9. Wasn't 0. It was something new. Something I hadn't seen before. Something that hadn't existed until now. 3. I stood there in the fading light, holding it, and felt the truth settle in like a weight I couldn't drop. I hadn't ended it. I hadn't escaped it. I had changed it. And now, somewhere out there, room 3 was waiting. For someone. Or, for me. I didn't throw the key away. That's the first thing you need to understand. I thought about it. Stood there at the edge of that empty road with the sun dropping behind me. Wind pushing dust across my shoes, and that brass tag burning cold in my hand. And I thought about how easy it would be. Just drop it. Walk, never look back. But I already knew how this worked. Things you ignore don't disappear. They relocate. And the last thing I wanted was for room 3 to find someone who had no idea what it meant. So I closed my hand around the key. And the second I did, I felt it. A pull. Not strong. Not violent. Just directional. Like a compass needle settling. I looked up. The road ahead bent slightly to the right. It hadn't done that before. Now it did. I let out a slow breath. Of course, I muttered. The motel didn't need to exist in one place anymore. It could exist in pieces. Rooms, doors, moments. And I was holding one of them. I started walking. Not because I wanted to, because standing still made the pull worse. Every step forward made it clearer. The world around me wasn't changing. It was aligning. Small things at first. The angle of the road. The spacing of fence posts. The way the wind died down the farther I went. By the time the sun dipped halfway below the horizon, I saw it. Not a building. Not yet. A door. Standing by itself at the side of the road. White. Clean. Wrong. Just like before. But this time, it didn't have a number. I stopped a few feet away. The key in my hand grew colder. Heavier. Like it was recognizing something. Or being recognized. I didn't reach for the knob. Instead, I said, "This isn't a room." The wind stilled. The air tightened. Then, quietly, a number appeared on the door. Burning into the wood like it had always been there. 3. My stomach dropped. "Yeah," I said under my breath. "That's what I thought." The handle turned slightly. Not opening. Just testing. Waiting. I remembered what my father had said. Don't give it a shape. But I also remembered what my mother had said. Someone has to understand it. I looked down at the key again. Then back at the door. "If I open this," I said. "I'm not checking in." No response. But the air shifted. Listening. "I'm not your guest," I added. The handle stopped moving. Good. That meant something. I stepped closer. Close enough to see my reflection in the paint. It wasn't right. It never was. My face looked steadier. Colder. Like it belonged behind a counter somewhere. I clenched my jaw. "No," I said quietly. Then I did something different. Something I hadn't tried before. I took the key, and instead of using it, I pressed it flat against the door. Not the lock. The wood. The number. For a second, nothing happened. Then, the metal sank. Not physically. Conceptually. Like the idea of the key was being absorbed into the idea of the room. The number 3 flickered. Distorted. The door shuddered. The handle rattled violently. From the other side, something moved. Fast. Angry. Aware. The door bulged inward slightly, like something had just slammed into it from inside. Then came the knocking. Not slow. Not patient. Violent. Desperate. 3 hits. Then more. Then continuous pounding like something inside had just realized it wasn't alone anymore. I stepped back. Heart racing. "Yeah," I said under my breath, voice shaking despite everything. "You don't like that, do you?" The door cracked. A thin line split from top to bottom. Light spilled through. Not warm. Not safe. Bright. Blinding. The kind of light that erases detail. Erases shape. Erases identity. The pounding stopped. Silence. Then, a voice. Not from behind the door. From everywhere. From the road. From the air. From inside my own chest. "You cannot remove the room." I swallowed hard. "I'm not removing it." The crack widened. The light intensified. "Then define it." There it was. The trap. The same one as before. Name it. Shape it. Give it a role. And it becomes real in that form. I shook my head slowly. No. The light pulsed. System requires assignment. I laughed once. Dry. Tired. Yeah, I said. I've heard that before. The road behind me stretched longer. The desert dimmed. The world started bending again. Not fully, but enough. Enough to remind me how fast it could all come back. The voice pressed harder. Assign room 3. I closed my eyes for a second. Thought about the traveler, the sheriff, my father, my mother, Mrs. Harlan. Every person who had been turned into a function, a piece, a role. And I realized something. The motel only worked if everything inside it had a purpose, a defined place, a job. So I gave it one, but not the kind it wanted. I opened my eyes and said, Room 3 is closed. The light flickered, hard. The crack in the door snapped wider, then smaller, like it didn't know which state to hold. Invalid, the voice said immediately. I shook my head. Not invalid. I took one step forward, closer to the light, closer to the door, closer to whatever was trying to push through. It's quarantined. Silence. Real silence this time. The kind that meant something had paused to think. Then, for the first time, the voice hesitated. Clarify. I felt my heartbeat slow. Not because I was calm, because something shifted. Control. Just a little. You like functions, right? I said. Roles. Assignments. The air tightened again. Listening. Good. Room 3 isn't for guests, I continued. It's not for staff. It's not part of your system anymore. The crack in the door stopped spreading. The light dimmed slightly. I pushed. It's containment. The word landed. I felt it, like a lock clicking into place somewhere deep beneath everything. The door shuddered violently. The pounding resumed, louder than before, but different, panicked, trapped. You cannot contain the system, the voice snapped. I'm not containing the system, I said. Just this room. The number on the door flickered again. 3. Then, slowly, changed. Not disappearing. Not breaking. Rewriting. 3 closed. The light snapped off. The crack sealed. The door went still. Completely still. The air loosened. The pressure dropped. The pull, gone. I stood there breathing hard, staring at the door, waiting for it to fight back. Didn't. For the first time since this started, something had stayed where I put it. I let out a slow breath. Okay, I whispered. Okay. But I didn't step closer, didn't touch the handle, didn't test it, because I knew better now. Closed didn't mean gone. It meant contained, managed, temporary. I turned away from the door, started walking back toward the road. Each step felt lighter. The desert returned to normal. The horizon flattened. The wind came back. And behind me, I felt it. Not gone. Not watching. Waiting. Room 3 wasn't finished. It was just held. For now. I didn't know how long that would last. Didn't know what it would cost. But I knew one thing with absolute certainty as I walked away from that door in the dark. I wasn't a guest anymore. I wasn't trying to escape. I wasn't even trying to destroy it. I was managing it. And somewhere, deep in the quiet spaces between roads and rooms and things people pretend not to see, something had accepted that. Not happily, not willingly, but enough. And that was worse. Because systems don't stop when you fight them. They adapt. And now, so would I. I kept walking, but every step felt deliberate now, like I was pacing a line I couldn't see. The desert stretched wide and empty, but I could feel it shaping itself around me. Not the motel, not yet, but the space between. Hallways forming in heat shimmer, doors flickering at the edges of my vision. Subtle, almost polite, like it was testing me. I stopped again when I noticed something on the ground, not far from where I'd left the door. A small card, yellowed and frayed at the edges. I recognized the handwriting immediately, mine. It read, "Next guest, room 4. My chest tightened. I hadn't assigned anything. I hadn't touched anything. And yet, it was already planning, already reshaping itself. I looked around the empty highway. Nothing. No building. No shape. Just road. Wind. Sun sinking fast. The wind shifted and carried a sound I didn't expect. Soft footsteps. Behind me. Not far. Just a few paces. Human in pace, but wrong. Too measured. Too deliberate. I didn't turn around. Not yet. "Eli?" A voice called softly from the distance. Familiar. My mother's tone, but colder, more distant. Not her. Not really. I swallowed. "I'm not here for you." The footsteps didn't stop. They circled me now. Faster. Closer. The card burned slightly in my hand. Warm. Heavy. Vibrating. I forced myself to breathe. One step at a time. Don't panic. Don't run. Control. A figure appeared in the shimmer ahead. Not a full shape, just a silhouette bending the air around it. I squinted. The heat waves made it impossible to see clearly. But I knew what it was. A doorway. Another door. Number 4. It floated, suspended in the air a few inches above the desert floor. No frame, no walls. Just a threshold. Waiting. And I knew, just like I had with room 3, that if I crossed it unprepared, I'd be swallowed. Pulled into a role I didn't choose. A function I couldn't escape. The footsteps stopped. Silence again. But the air felt thick. Watching. Waiting. I closed my eyes. Think. Room 3 had worked because I had defined it. Contained it. Managed it. I couldn't destroy it. Couldn't run. I could only shape it. So I did the only thing left. I placed the card flat against the doorway. Room 4 shimmered violently, flickering like it was unsure if it could hold itself together. The air tightened. I heard a whisper everywhere at once. "Assign it, or it will assign you." I shook my head. No. The light inside the threshold pulsed. Anger? Confusion? I wasn't sure. I didn't care. "Closed," I said aloud. "Room 4 is closed." The pulsing slowed. The doorway wavered. I felt it testing me, pressing, pushing, trying to force my hand. I pressed the key again, not turning, not unlocking, just pressing it flat against the threshold. The doorway snapped. A lock clicked somewhere deep in the desert. The light dimmed. A soft hum, like a distant heartbeat, receded. I stepped back. Silence. Real silence. I looked at the card. Gone. The desert was empty. The horizon flat. Wind carrying nothing but sand. I breathed. Deeply. Slowly. But I knew, like I had always known, this wasn't over. Room 4 would wait. Someone, somewhere, would stumble upon it. And I would have to be ready again. I started walking along the highway. Alone. For now. The sun disappeared behind the mountains. The sky went dark. Stars shimmered like distant lights above an empty desert. And I smiled faintly, grimly, because finally, for the first time, I understood my place. I wasn't a guest. I wasn't prey. I wasn't clerk. I was the manager. The highway stretched endlessly ahead. And somewhere, deep in the desert shadows, a faint shimmer marked the next door waiting. And I would meet it, because that is what the motel requires. And that is what I am now. Eli, manager of the Lone Juniper. And it has only just begun. The first guest. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. I'd barely made it a mile down the highway when I saw headlights in the distance. A car. Old. Beige. moving too slow for this road. My chest tightened. Not yet, I whispered, but I already knew. The motel doesn't wait. It finds. The car rolled to a stop a few yards ahead of me. The driver's door creaked open, and a man stepped out. Mid-40s, tired eyes, the kind of face that trusted maps more than instincts. He looked relieved when he saw me. Hey, thank God. You know if there's a place to stay around here? I didn't answer immediately. Behind him, just for a second, I saw it. The shimmer, the outline of a building trying to exist. The motel was coming back. Not fully, but enough. The man followed my gaze. You okay? I stepped forward. This was it. First test. First decision. If you keep driving, I said slowly, you'll find a town in about 20 miles. He frowned. 20? Man, I'm running on fumes. The shimmer behind him strengthened. A sign flickered into existence. Vacancy. Of course it did. The man turned, eyes lighting up. Oh, hell yeah. There we go. He started walking toward it. My heart slammed against my ribs. If he crossed that threshold, he'd be part of it. Another name, another room, another disappearance. And it would be my fault. I moved fast. Hey! I grabbed his arm. He pulled back, annoyed. What's your problem? I held his gaze. This place isn't real. He scoffed. Yeah, okay. The motel flickered harder now. Doors forming. Windows. A hallway just barely visible through the distortion. It was rebuilding around him. Around his need. That's how it worked. I stepped closer. Lowered my voice. If you go in there, I said, you don't come back out. Silence. He studied me, then laughed. Man, you're messing with me, right? Behind him, room 4 pulsed. Waiting. Hungry. I made a choice. A different one than before. I didn't block him. Didn't argue. Instead, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the brass tag. 3 closed. Then I said something I hadn't tried yet. Check-in denied. The air snapped. The motel flickered violently. The man blinked. What? The sign glitched. Back ANCY. Then, nothing. The shimmer collapsed. Gone. Like it had never been there. The man turned in a slow circle. Where the hell? He looked back at me, confused now, unsettled. Guess. I'll keep driving, he muttered. I nodded. Yeah, I said. You should. He didn't argue this time. He got back in his car and drove off. I watched until the taillights disappeared. Then I exhaled. Long. Shaky. That worked. I didn't contain the room. I didn't fight it. I denied it. And for the first time, the motel lost something. The system breaks. After that, it started happening faster. More cars. More people. Different stretches of road. Different times of day. But always the same pattern. Need. Fatigue. Desperation. And then, the motel trying to meet them. And every time, I was there. Not by choice. By pull. Like the system kept calling its manager back to the front desk. But I wasn't doing what it expected anymore. Check-in denied. Room unavailable. No vacancy. Each time I said it, something cracked. Not visibly. Not all at once. But I could feel it. Like a machine running with missing parts. Then came the night everything changed. It wasn't a traveler. It was the motel itself. I was standing on an empty stretch of Route 66 when the air went still. Completely still. No wind. No sound. Then, the building appeared. Not a shimmer. Not a fragment. The whole motel. Fully formed. Every light on. Every door closed. Every window dark. Waiting. For me. My stomach dropped. No, I whispered, but I stepped forward anyway. because I understood now. This wasn't about guests anymore. This was about control. I pushed open the front office door. The bell rang. Clean, sharp, final. The lobby looked exactly the same. Desk, key hooks, guest book. Except every hook was empty. No keys, no rooms, no system. Behind the counter, someone stood. Me, perfectly still, perfectly calm. The version of me that had almost taken over before. Smiled. "You've disrupted operations," it said. My voice, but hollow. "You've been replacing them," I replied. "Correct," it said. "Efficiency improved." I clenched my fists. "They're people. They are functions." Silence stretched between us. Then it tilted its head slightly. "You were not meant to deny," it said. "You were meant to assign." I stepped closer to the counter. "And what happens when there's nothing left to assign?" Paused, just for a second. That was new. Then it answered, "System adapts." I nodded slowly. "Yeah," I said. "So do I." I reached over the counter and grabbed the guest book. It resisted, like it was part of something bigger. But I pulled harder, and it came free. The pages flipped open on their own. Names, hundreds, maybe thousands. Every person who had ever checked in. Every disappearance. Every room. I looked up at it, at me, and said the only thing that mattered. No more guests. Then I tore the book in half. The sound wasn't loud, but it echoed everywhere, like something fundamental had just snapped. The lights in the motel flickered, once, twice, then they started going out, one by one. The version of me behind the counter froze. For the first time, it looked uncertain. "Invalid action," it said, but its voice glitched. I dropped the torn pages to the floor. "They're not yours," I said. The walls shuddered. The hallway stretched. Doors appeared, then disappeared. Numbers flickering wildly. System failing. "Good. You require structure," it said more urgently now. "You require rooms." I shook my head. "No," I said. "You do." The floor cracked beneath us. Light spilled through. That same blinding, identity-erasing light from before. But this time, it wasn't controlled. It was leaking, breaking through. "What are you doing?" it asked. And now, it sounded afraid. I took a step back, toward the door. "I'm checking out." The building groaned. The doors slammed open down the hallway. Every room at once. Inside them, nothing. No people. No furniture. Just empty space. Like they had never been real to begin with. "You cannot leave," it said. I smiled. First real smile since this started. "Watch me." I stepped outside. The desert air hit me like a wave. Behind me, the motel began to collapse. Not physically, conceptually, like an idea being forgotten. Walls folding into themselves. Rooms disconnecting. Numbers fading. The sign flickered one last time. Vacancy. Then, dark. Gone. Silence. Real silence. I stood there for a long time, waiting. For a pull. A whisper. A door. Nothing came. The highway stretched empty in both directions. No shimmer. No distortion. Just road. Just desert. Just the world the way it was supposed to be. I reached into my pocket. No key. No tag. Nothing. Good. I started walking. Not because I had to, because I could. And for the first time since I took that job, I didn't feel watched. Didn't feel followed. Didn't feel like something was waiting for me to make the wrong choice. It was over. Not contained. Not managed. Gone. And somewhere, far behind me, where the motel used to be, there was nothing left to check into, or out of. Just empty road. and a story no one would ever fully believe. Except me.